Angels, as a passionate and aggressive approach paid huge dividends with a series win. Now it's round 2 against the division-leading Rangers. Can the young Astros turn the intensity up another notch? It's a Lone Star Showdown next. Live from Minute Maid Park in Houston, Texas, Comcast Sportsnet brings you Houston Astros baseball. Tonight, the Astros open a Lone Star series. It's the first of 3 against the Texas Rangers. Good evening, everybody. Bill Brown and Alan Ashby. The Astros won 2 of 3 from the Angels. They lost 2 of 3 from the Rangers to open the season here, and the Rangers are flying high right now.
Rangers are a good ball club, no question about it, and they are the best pitching team in the American League. Of course, the Astros coming off of winning a series against the Angels, and they swung the bats well. They also played good defense in that series.
They sure did. You saw a lot of guys flying around the ballpark the last 3 days.
Defensively, on this side of the game, Jose Altuve continues to lead this club in so many departments, but he can play with the leather. And what about this play by Brandon Barnes out in left field? That prevented what could have been a big inning. Double plays have been what the Astros are all about. 46 double plays turned by the ball club now, best in the major leagues. And that defensive combination around the bag at second base has been spectacular.
As Dallas Keuchel arrived with the Astros last year, he had a good start in Arlington on a very warm night against the Rangers, and now he makes his first start of 2013 against them.
And he'll make it right here at Minute Maid Park. He has historically, in his brief career, been quite good here at Minute Maid Park. So obviously he hopes to be able to pick up with that. But you can see 2-2 in his last 5 home starts and a good ERA at 2.57. That type of numbers would play very well tonight for Dallas Keuchel.
Here's some of the hitters who have done a lot of damage against the Astros in their career. Lance Berkman, of course, 460, 5 homers, 18 runs batted in. Ian Kinsler brings thunder to the leadoff spot with 10 career homers against the Astros. And there's the always dangerous Nelson Cruz, a streaky hitter who has hit 8 homers and driven in 23 in 28 games against the Astros in his career head-to-head. Coming up here, Eric Bedard and the Astros rotation. He'll be rejoining it tomorrow night. Where else is this rotation going? Find out more with Julia Morales in just a moment.
Sportsnet opening a series here between the Rangers and the Astros this Friday night. The Astros going with Dallas Keuchel on the mound tonight. This is the second time the Rangers have been here, but these are 3 new pitchers they will face this weekend. After Keuchel will go Eric Bedard returning to the rotation. Then Jordan Lyles will be on Mother's Day. This isn't set in stone, though. Bo Porter said looking at the upcoming series, he had 2 lefties in Bedard and Keuchel, and he wanted to put them in against a lefty-heavy lineup. Both of those guys were coming out of the pen, though, as recent as Wednesday. A very important role for this team, something Paul Clemens has thrived on recently. Last night, after giving up a home run to Brennan Harris, he settled in, got Albert Pujols and Josh Hamilton looking there. And Philip Umber with his new assignment in the bullpen, he struck out 3 in his 1 1/3 innings of work. These guys are, though, potential starters. Still, Bo Porter saying this is like every position on the team. It can change. Here's a look at the guys that could take on that role of a starter. We'll see what Keuchel can do tonight. Veteran Eric Bedard struggled in his last few starts, but could very easily find him back in this role. Paul Clemens has voiced his desire to start, but the club said the time isn't right just now. That could change. Umber will work in hopes of getting the starting job back. And, of course, you cannot forget about the prospects in AAA. Jared Cosart has made 6 starts for Oklahoma City. He's 4-0 with a nice 2.45 ERA, so he's also in the mix. All right, coming up, the Astros hosting the Rangers for the second time in the Lone Star Series this year. Lineups and first pitch are coming up after the break.
Houston Astros baseball is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Find out more at progressive.com. And by Southwest Airlines. You can get more information about flights at southwest.com. One of the team stores, and there are several here at Minute Maid Park. The roof is closed, although it's a nice night outside. Rain has hit the area overnight and again this morning, and more was expected, so this game is being played in air-conditioned comfort. Eduardo Perez and Dave Anderson have their lineup cards for the two teams, and now the Astros take the field on a big and bright Friday night wearing the orange uniform tops and the white pants on a homestand which has brought them 2 wins and 5 losses so far, 3 games to go. Here's the lineup for Ron Washington, the former Astros player, for Game 1 of this 3-game series. It's Ian Kinsler leading off. He's the second baseman, followed by shortstop Elvis Andrus, who has not made an error yet this year. It's Lance Berkman, the former Astro, DHing, batting third. The cleanup man is third baseman Adrian Beltre. Nelson Cruz plays right field with Mitch Moreland at first base. The left fielder is Jeff Baker. catchers Giovanni Soto with Craig Gentry in center field batting ninth.
Left-hander Dallas Keuchel goes to the mound for the Astros tonight. First start on the year. He's worked 6 times in relief. And historically, he has pitched well here at Minute Maid Park. Love to be able to take that and run with this starting opportunity now against the Texas Rangers.
Been stretched out in some of those relief performances of his, Ash.
One thing he's done well is keep it on the ground, and the defense behind him to make the play is Jason Castro. He's behind the dish around the infield. Carlos Pena, Jose Altuve, Marwin Gonzalez, and Matt Dominguez at third base. In the outfield, Robbie Grossman in center, flanked by Jimmy Paredes in right, and Trevor Crowe gets a start in left field.
Cole Porter has had a very hectic last several hours. A difficult ball game last night. The Astros had the lead 5-3. They lost it 6-5 to the Angels. Ron Washington's club had a day off yesterday, coming in with a .618 winning percentage, the best in the American League. And the only better record in Major League Baseball belongs to St. Louis with a .636 winning percentage. Wash with 541 wins as a Major League manager.
With that record, the Rangers 4 games up in that American League West.
Built a nice little pad for themselves. They're on a 9-game road trip going to 4 different cities. They had a makeup game for a rainout in Chicago as a part of this. And they'll be heading for Oakland next. Ian Kinsler starts the night at 324. He has 7 bombs. He's driven in 20. Takes that first pitch, ball 1. Kinsler is slugging well, .544 slugging percentage for Ian this season. Keuchel throws it in for a strike to even the count at 1-1. Chad Fairchild is the home plate umpire. Dallas Keuchel making his first start of 2013 after a few relief outings, 6 of them, in which he has compiled 16 out of third major league innings so far.
87, 88, 89 on 3 straight fastballs. Not overpowering. Tries to keep the ball on the ground, and he's done so of a slight margin this year.
By Kinsler, 2-2 the count. Kinsler has been the most consistent hitter for the Rangers so far this year. 7 of his hits have come to right field, including his first opposite field homer in 3 years. Had a 3-hit game on Wednesday at Milwaukee. He flicks that one up the right field line, and that'll go foul. Well, this is the second series between these two. As Julia mentioned, both have been here. The Astros don't make their first trip to Arlington until July. The Rangers have had a hold on the Silver Boot. They've won 6 of those in a row, capturing the season series in those last 6 years, and 9 of the 12 overall. It's 3 balls, 2 strikes. They are a tough bunch to beat right now. Since 2010. Rangers are 16-4 against the Astros. It's a fly ball out to left center field. Running back, Crowe, and Trevor has it. 1 down. Getting his first start as an Astro tonight. Now with 1 out, it's Elvis Andrus. Has been amazing defensively, as we mentioned. Errorless ball so far this season. As a hitter, .266 for Elvis. No homers. Elvis has not left the building yet this year. He has 10 runs batted in.
Kind of surprising that he's been kept in the yard in the building.
Yeah.
Very talented shortstop.
He really is. Strike 1 to Elvis. He's having a nice road trip with 6 hits and 13 at-bats. 2 of the 6 hits have been doubles. He's on a 6-game hitting streak, hitting .370. Showing bunt, he pushes one, but it's foul. Rangers are 7th in runs scored in the American League. They are a much better offensive club at home, and yet, even though as hitting coach Dave Magadan said they've struggled to score runs on the road, they have a winning record on the road of 10-9. Their pitching has been superb this year. Best ERA in the American League, 3.22. They do not need that many runs to win. Breaking ball, 1 hopper out to Altuve's left. And gets it over to Pena. 2 down for Keuchel.
Dallas Keuchel is very consistent when it comes to the numbers. Fastball this season versus last year, you almost can't get more consistent. The changeup dead on the money. Curveball, a little bit of variance right there. The cutter can be a form of a slider in reality, but he seems to be a pitcher who knows what he wants to throw.
Chad Fairchild goes out with a baseball for Dallas Keuchel. Well, he's talked about being more aggressive this season than he was a year ago, and he has shown that tendency. Now he faces Lance Berkman, former Astro switch hitter, and one of the top switch hitters of all time in Major League Baseball in terms of overall numbers and OPS. 297 for the season for Lance with 2 homers. There's strike 1.
Isn't that amazing what that kid from Rice has been able to compile now in his career?
It really is. Has not done too much lately. 2 for his last 15. 227 last 20 games. From the right side, he doesn't have it going yet this year. It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. But 489 at Minute Maid Park against the Astros in 12 games, 5 homers, 18 runs batted in. He tops that one foul third base side, and it's a 1-ball, 2-strike count for the Puma.
From my perspective, that right side has always been the weaker of the 2 sides, and yet in that All-Star Classic, the home run derby that he did so well in, he hit from the right side.
Yeah. He has a 15-game hitting streak at Minute Maid Park. Berkman takes the breaking ball. It slants in tight, and it's a 2-ball, 2-strike count. As a right-handed batter, Lance has had 28 at-bats with 8 hits, no homers. Back-to-back lefties are starting for Bo Porter in this series. Keuchel and Eric Bedard. Then Jordan Lyles goes Sunday on Mother's Day. Foul back. You're right. He put on such an impressive show, right-handed and home run derby, and he really has more power as a right-handed batter, but he's not as consistent as a right-handed batter.
Miguel Tejada, the guy who beat him in that home run derby. It was so fun watching Lance with the home crowd.
That was better than the All-Star game.
It really was.
Swing and a miss, and Keuchel has a 1-2-3 first. Gets the curveball to work, keeps it down nicely, and puts up a 0 with Ogando coming up to pitch next. The Astros come up against Alexi Ogando. Here's the starting lineup for Bo Porter. Robbie Grossman center field. Jimmy Paredes right field. Jose Altuve second base. Jason Castro catcher batting fourth. The DH is Chris Carter. It's Carlos Pena at first base. Trevor Crowe in left field. Matt Dominguez at third base. Marwin Gonzalez the shortstop.
And on the mound for the Texas Rangers, Alexi Ogando, big right-hander. Throws hard, 29 years of age. 3-2 on the year. 3.08 the ERA. Last pitched against the Red Sox and beat Boston.
That's That's impressive. There is strike one to Robbie Grossman.
Just one run in that game over 6 innings.
Pitched well against the Astros here earlier this year. Shutout baseball. 1 ball, 1 strike. Robbie Grossman was not a part of that opening day unit that won the first game from Texas behind the excellent work of Bud Norris and Eric Bedard in relief, but then got shut out the second and third games. So the Astros have not scored for 18 consecutive innings against the Rangers and their excellent pitching staff.
Ogando had 6 1/3 shutout innings in that game you mentioned against Houston. 10 strikeouts in that one.
He threw 94 pitches. 29 years old from the Dominican. That breaker is upstairs. It's 2-2. In the past, he's been able to ride an effective sinker, but that has not worked as well for Alexei this season. He has been resourceful with his other pitches. The splits are reverse. Right-handed hitters are hitting better against him than left-handed batters by some 60 points. That one's not close, and it's 3-2.
Usually that means there's a great changeup of some sort mixed in there. A lot of right-hand pitchers, maybe Ogando one of them, a little fearful of throwing that to the right-handers.
Well, he really stopped Boston very well in that last game you talked about. 1 run in 6 innings. Now a leadoff walk upstairs to Grossman.
Behind Ogando defensively for the Texas Rangers tonight. See behind the plate, Giovanni Soto. Around the infield, Mitch Moreland at first, Ian Kinsler at second, Elvis Andrus at short, and Adrian Beltre at third. In the outfield, Craig Gentry runs very well in center field, surrounded by Nelson Cruz in right and Jeff Baker in left.
Now Giovanni Soto is taking over as the primary catcher with A.J. Przinsky on the disabled list. Goes out for a chat after that leadoff walk with his battery mate. Soto has started 10 games. The Rangers are 5-5 in those. And Ogando is back up on the hill to face Jimmy Paredes, a .250 hitter with no homers, 2 runs batted in. This configuration of Grossman leading off, Paredes second, Altuve third. Worked well in the 3-game series against the Angels. Showing bunt, Paredes takes, and there's strike one to Jimmy, the switch hitting outfielder, formerly an infielder. He picked up 3 doubles in his first 2 games with the Astros, Tuesday and Wednesday nights. 3 for 12 overall. Last night Jimmy was 0 for 4 with a walk, struck out 3 times. Slick fielding, Adrian Beltre's on the grass at third. Paredes checked his swing. Nope. He went for it according to Paul Schreiber, and it's 0-2 now.
Looked like a pretty good pitch one way or the other, but sometimes when that bat starts and the catcher moves a little bit, that pitch gets called high. But you can see right at the waistband.
Now 0-2 for Jimmy. Altuve on deck. And a big cut and a strikeout. 1 down for Ogando.
The pitch selection for Alexei Ogando. Fastball, he has dropped off a bit in its utilization this year. From last year anyway. The slider is up a bit and the changeup up a good margin. And again, that would be the pitch I would suspect is getting the left-hand hitters.
Jose Altuve on a 5-game hitting streak has 10 hits in his last 21 at-bats. .345 for Jose, 2 homers, 17 runs batted in, 49 hits, second in the American League to Miguel Cabrera, and second in the majors as well. He looks at strike one. Altuve went 5 for 12 against the Rangers here in the season opening 3-game series. Alexei Ogando was signed in 2002 by Oakland, and he was a Rule 5 pick by the Rangers in December of 2005. 22 and 11 as a major league pitcher, formerly a reliever. No balls, 2 strikes for Ogando.
A couple of breaking balls to start Jose, and Jose maybe looking for a fastball he could drive on the first couple of strikes.
Last 7 days, Andrew McCutchen and Oswaldo Arcia have been better, but not much. 2 points better than this torrid hitting second baseman. Joe goes over to first on Grossman.
Altuve's been swinging it quite well, thank you. Even when he dribbles, when he's able to beat it, Gets down the line so well. He can sting it to left field, and he can sting it the other way. He's just an all-around hitter, and he has shown some pop as well, driving a couple of long home runs this year.
Those 3 hits came last night. Now there's ball 1, and then he lined out for the final out in the ball game to center field. Even his outs have been hard. 1-2 to Jose. The Astros are 12th in runs scored in the American League. Altuve fouls it back. This Ranger rotation has been strong throughout the season and has a couple of injured starting pitchers who may be able to come back and help them as the season progresses. One of those is Colby Lewis, and he might not be all that far away from re-entering that rotation. Meanwhile, things are just fine for Ron Washington. Altuve. Oh, there's a bobble, and the first of the season by Elvis Andrus. He had 120 chances without an error. That was a potential double play ball as he moved to his right. Might have glanced up a little bit, and he failed to make the play.
Usually guys are smiling when they get themselves a hit. Altuve knows he didn't get a hit, but he's aboard, and that's a team player when you can see that guy who smiles there. And you would certainly think that was an opportunity, a golden one for the double play.
Ball came up on him, but did you see his head was turned a little bit?
Get glancing to where you're going to throw the ball. These guys are so good. They're accustomed to catching these balls without even looking at them during batting practice when they take ground balls. It is so routine.
Jason Castro bats. That was the first error on Elvis Andrus.
What you could see with Andrus, though, on the other side was the way he got down. Just beautiful fielding position.
It's only the 14th error all year for the Rangers. They have allowed only 7 unearned runs. 265 for Castro. He's driven in 7. That's a strike. That makes it 1-1. The Astros picked up 5 unearned runs against the Angels. Castro started this series 0 for 11 against the Rangers. Chris Carter on deck. That's a foul ball. You saw earlier the breakdown of the pitches Ogando is throwing this year, and you made note of the fact, Alan Ashby, that he has worked away from the fastball more this year. He has his lowest whiff rate of his career on his fastball, 12%. And he's throwing the lowest percentage of strikes of his career, 62%, with the fastball.
And you have to ask yourself, does that come with age? You lose a little of the fastball. He's now 29 years of age. Do you get smarter and realize that you can get outs with that changeup and the breaking pitches?
2-2 to Castro.
Maybe that combination.
Castro had 2 hits in last night's game. Picked up another double. He has 11 of those, tying him for 4th in the American League. Chris Carter is waiting. The Astros have won 10 and lost 25. They're 11.5 behind the first place Rangers. Foul ball. Ogando has gone back and forth between relieving and starting. In 2010, he made 44 relief appearances, no starts. In 2011, he was an all-star. He made 29 starts. Last year, back to the bullpen, 58 relief appearances, no starts. And now, start number 8 of the year for Alexi Ogando. Breaking ball gets a strikeout. That's number 2.
Yeah, when you look at the success Ogando has had with left-hand hitters, maybe this slider is a big part of it. That's tough when it's down and in like that.
That has been a very good pitch for him this season. He's had only one bad outing. That was in the rain at Wrigley Field. He leads the club in starts. Chris Carter on a 3-game hitting streak. Has 8 homers, 19 runs batted in. Plays off that one, ball 1. He's leading the club in both the home run and run batted in departments. Chris went 4 for 10 with 2 homers in the Angels series. Driven in runs in each of his last 3. Looking for a big 2-out hit here. Lays off, and it's 2-0 to Chris. Chris, like Jason Castro, was 0 for 11 in that opening series against the Rangers here. He has Grossman on at second, Altuve at first. It's 2-1. Ogando challenging there.
Best against best.
Hitters love that, don't they? They like to be challenged.
And they'll talk about pitchers who challenge them as being really gutsy guys out there, but at times those challenges go to the hitter.
That's foul back. It's a 2-ball, 2-strike count. A lot of rain in the Houston area since last night's game. Could be more coming tomorrow. Nice to have a roof.
Sure does make it nice when you can come to the ballpark and know you're going to have a game.
Oh, it means a world of difference. The Rangers can tell you that. They had to make up that game in Chicago and lost a day off earlier this week.
A lot of teams have had to deal with very bad weather this year.
It's been uncommonly bad, hasn't it? A lot of cold weather, snow, rain. Yeah, there are going to be consequences later on this season with all those makeup games. Soto and Ogando trying to get together here. Mike Maddox is the excellent pitching coach of the Rangers. Rangers are doing a little coaching shuffle this weekend. Some of the coaches have children who are graduating from college, and they're going to be shuttling in and out of here. It's 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Wonder how much Mike Maddox is able to utilize from his very famous brother, Greg Maddox, and maybe the conversations they have together and what might have been learned through the years.
Oh boy, you know those are lengthy conversations.
Mike made it to the big leagues himself, so not to imply that he hasn't mastered things.
Runners go, and it's a walk to load the bases for Carlos Pena. Well, Chris Carter patiently waiting, throwing his 13th walk of the year, passes the baton along to the first baseman Pena after the second walk of the inning by Ogando. And Bo Porter would love to have a big hit from his first sacker, who has 9 runs batted in. Pena with a .228 average has hit 3 homers. He went 2 for 11 in the Rangers in that season opening series here. 0 for 5 in the Angels series. He's hit .200 on this homestand with a homer. And he has appeared in all but one of the Astros' first 36 games of this season, including this one. Grossman, Altuve, and Carter, the base runners, and the game is slowing down for Ogando.
I like this uniform. That orange top really shows off nice on the white pants.
We've seen a lot of those around town. In tight, that almost hit him. Ball 1. Now, if you're hitting and that pitch comes down at your ankle and you skip out of the way, you might be thinking, gee, if I just let that hit me, I'd have an RBI now.
Yeah, but then you come to your senses at that point. That has got to hurt.
Yeah. This is a 27 pitch first inning so far for Ogando. Pena cracks one to center field. And Gentry's there for the catch. No runs, no hits, 1 error, 3 men left. Nothing.
Second here. Just a reminder as you enjoy a cold one to look forward to Miller Time later in tonight's game. It's brought to you by Miller Lite. Matt Dominguez back on the hot corner tonight for the Astros, as he is most nights, but he's coming off of a wacky night. He tied a career high with 3 RBI, but also had 3 errors. Very rare for Matt Dominguez, who's been solid on that third base. His teammates were shocked by that, but they said nothing to worry about. Bo Porter said, you know, the odds of him having another game like that are about the same as if it were to snow when I left the ballpark today. So needless to say, nobody worried, guys.
Well, we did have some hail, though, in some areas, so that's close. Adrian Beltre leads it off in the second inning. And there's ball 1. Yeah, some of the media gathering around him couldn't quite hear what he was saying. Somebody said, "You mean it snowed last night?" He said, "No, it didn't snow." 242 for Beltre, 6 homers, 18 runs batted in.
I would list him as one of the most consistent throwing third basemen I've watched up until last night.
Well, you know, after that game, he has to be just wanting the ball hit to him right now.
Well, I hope that's the case. I always want that guy who does want the ball to come his way.
Beltre puts a line drive out into right field for a hit. Paredes over to make the pickup. Big turn by Beltre. The throw comes in towards second, and Beltre has the first hit of the ball game.
That's a good strong arm from Jimmy Paredes as he brings it back in. It looks like he has enough arm to be able to acquit himself well in right field. This is pretty hitting by a very good hitter, Adrian Beltre, and kind of puts a little heat on Paredes. Now, you want to get that throw down probably a bit more, but plenty of arm strength.
Base runner on for Nelson Cruz. Cruz double play ball to short. Stopped by Gonzalez. He gets it to Altuve and then Pena. So he, unlike Andrus, is able to recover and start the 6-4-3 double play.
Yeah, despite the bobble, he kind of pushed the bobble out in front and toward the bag so he could just continue in that direction. Still made the double play handily. This is quite a double play combination. And he made the grab. It was just that transfer that didn't happen cleanly.
It appeared that he was trying to be a little too quick. Mitch Moreland has hit left-handers pretty well this year, even though he's a left-handed batter. Overall, a .287 hitter with 6 homers. He's driven in 14. Moreland looks at it. It's strike 1 to Mitch. Has very good numbers. .504 slugging percentage and a .341 on base average for Mitch Moreland. Now become the everyday first sacker.
It's what they wanted him to establish this year.
It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count.
Managers love it when players step up and create that scenario where the manager really doesn't have to think. You come to the ballpark, you have your lineup, you know who's playing this position and that, and I think every manager would tell you they would love that.
2 balls and a strike to Moreland. Bo Porter played for the Rangers. Ron Washington played for the Astros. Bouncer to second. Altuve over to first. No runs, a hit. Nobody left. No score after 1.5. The Dynamo put their home unbeaten streak on the line this Sunday against Sporting KC. Coverage begins Sunday night at 6:30 on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. '29-year-old Trevor Crowe steps up. Crowe is 0 for 2 since joining the Astros from Oklahoma City. He's not had a major league hit since 2011 with the Cleveland Indians. There's ball one. Last year he spent in the minors between Columbus and Salt Lake all year. First round pick of the Tribe in 05. He was the 14th player drafted that year. Crowe takes a look at that one, and Ogando has fallen behind him. 2 balls, no strikes. Trevor was hitting .307 at Oklahoma City, had 2 homers, 14 runs batted in. The Redhawks have a 10-game home winning streak going. Trevor was a non-roster spring invitee with the Astros. He was impressive in what he does to execute fundamental things about baseball. Good contact hitter. Hits the cutoff man. Sure-handed. And you can see those tools that allowed him to be drafted in the first round are helping him right now at age 29.
And a better hitter through his career from the left side of the plate.
Pumps that one to left center field. That one slices back, and that one for Trevor Crowe is an opposite field home run. Welcome to the Astros, Trevor Crowe. First hit with Houston, 1-0 Astros.
What a smart hitter. Keep it within the confines of the Crawford boxes, and he just does that towards center field. That's a special moment. Had a real nice spring with the club. A great job. That numbers game comes into play so many times. Got a pitch, part of the plate, up, and drives it. He does what you hope to do with that pitch.
That's his 4th major league homer. There's ball 1 to Matt Dominguez. He is the first Astro to make a home run, his first hit with the ball club, since Gustavo Chacin in May of 2010. He was a pitcher. Strike to Dominguez. It's 1-1. What a moment for Trevor Crowe.
4th major league home run, and all coming against right-hand pitching.
Good selection for Bo Porter in left field tonight. 1-2 to Matt Dominguez. Dominguez with that crazy night. 3 errors, but 3 runs batted in last night. 3 runs batted in ties his major league high in a game. 265 for the season. He's driven in a dozen. So that breaks the scoring drought of 19 innings for the Astros against the Rangers. And after some frustration of getting those 2 walks and the error by Andrews with that bases loaded opportunity and not being able to score in the first, they get that first run of the game very quickly here in the second on the long ball by Crowe on a 2-1 pitch.
Dominguez 4 for 6 over the last couple of games against the Angels, and of course, as you mentioned, Brownie, the 3 ribbies last night.
Little roller, Ogando. 1 unassisted. Number 1. Yeah, Matt Dominguez, and Bo Porter said after the game he won't do that again. 3 errors.
Yeah, a lot of times you have to be careful about what you say, but in that case, it seems like a pretty good bet.
Marwin Gonzalez comes up now in the 9 spot. 253 is his average. He's belted 3 homers. He's driven in 9. Marwin was 2 for 3 in the Angels series. He's 2 for 15 on this homestand. Ronnie Cedeno been playing some shortstop against left-handed pitching, and Cedeno got the call last night. Had 2 hits and a walk to go with a sac bunt. It's been a very good shortstop platoon for the Astros this year. There's strike 1 to Marwin. Beltre's in tight on the grass. Well, Yu Darvish pitches tomorrow night for the Rangers. And he had that perfect game going, as you know, when the Rangers came in here, and Marwin Gonzalez broke it up with 2 outs in the 9th.
About as overpowering a game as you'll ever see.
Oh, Phenomenal game. Little chop. Beltre coming in. 2 outs. Beltre is a terrific defensive third baseman. That was an easy play for him. Now with 2 down, it's Robbie Grossman. Grossman opened the game for the Astros with a walk.
Now, when you talk great third basemen in this league, you probably start with talking about Beltre and Evan Longoria with Tampa Bay. Excuse me, both just unbelievable defensively to go with their great skills with the bats.
Robbie Grossman's jammed on that one. He puts it in the air, foul and out of play. Strike 1 for Robbie. Jimmy Paredes is on deck. Left fielder waiting, Jeff Baker. For out number 3. Trevor Crow flies to the left field seats in the Landry's Crawford boxes, and it's 1-0 Astros after 2.
Go to the 3rd inning. We want to remind you to tune in to Chevy Hometown Kids every Saturday morning at 9:30 on CSN. Chevy Hometown Kids, where it's not about the score, but the experience.
So in just a few hours, you can tune in for that show, 9:30. And then tomorrow night, you can tune in for the Yu Darvish, Eric Bedard matchup. 5:30 for the pregame show, Astros pregame live. Jeff Baker, 333, 3 homers. 6 runs batted in, 436 on base percentage for Jeff Baker. He's worked his way into platoon starts against lefties with very good performances this year. There's strike 1 to Baker. So he's cut into David Murphy's playing time in left field. Yu Darvish on the mound tomorrow night. And he is 5-1 with a 2.56 ERA. And that near perfect game against the Astros. 1 ball, 1 strike. Baker has hit safely in 8 of his last 9 starts. David Murphy has not gotten off to a good start this year. That one bounces, and it's a 2 ball, 1 strike count. And Baker is a very good right-handed utility man, one of the best the Rangers have had in years because he hits so well against southpaws. He's also started at first base and third base. Had to make the club this spring, and he hit over 300 in doing that. Bouncer past Keuchel. That was interesting as Marwin Gonzalez, he fielded that ball out in front of him, but his footwork looked, he was kind of like walking a tightrope there on out number 1.
Was a little bit unusual. But what Marwin does very well is he keeps coming at the baseball. Yeah, there was a little bit of a tip there on the mound, and that may have affected where Marwin initially started.
weaving his way to that ground ball. He regained his balance. Giovanni Soto is next. Ball one for Dallas Keuchel. Soto, with a .212 average, has no homers, 1 run batted in, so he's a big drop off offensively from A.J. Pierzynski's numbers. It's 1-1. Those kids out there in the left field seats where Trevor Crow hit that home run are here courtesy of Schlumberger tonight. It's a 2-ball, 1-strike count. Julio Morales is going to have more on that a little bit later. Schlumberger, part of the Community Leaders Program, building baseball fields in the Houston area. Way outside, it's 3-1. Keuchel last year, when he came up, worked often to right-handed hitters on the outer edge of the plate, and he has a good changeup. Now outside for ball 4. That's his first walk. But this year he's done a better job, Ash, of coming inside on right-handed hitters to set up that changeup away.
He looks like one of those guys who probably, at least initially, was most comfortable trying to stay away. But at his velocity, I think that's imperative that at some point you show the right-hand hitters you will pitch them in.
Dave Clark is moving one of his outfielders in. That's Jimmy Paredes coming in right field for Craig Gentry, platoon center fielder. Gentry with a shot past the diving Dominguez into left field. Hit number 2 for the Rangers, and Ian Kinsler will bat with runners at first and second and 1 out.
Just sting it, and playing well off the line. Dominguez still unable to get to this ball right in that hole.
Steve Buechele is coaching first base tonight. He is taking over at that assignment. Normally the Frisco AA manager for the Rangers, but filling in. Dave Anderson normally is the first base coach. He has shifted over to third base because of the absence of the usual third base coach, Gary Pettis. Gary Pettis is away attending the graduation of his daughter Paige from the University of Arizona. So the Frisco hitting coach Jason Hart is managing Rough Riders tonight. Kinsler hit a fly ball to left earlier. A strike 1. And then tomorrow Pettis gets back to take over third, but Mike Maddox will be leaving. His daughter will be graduating from TCU. So Andy Hawkins, the bullpen coach, will take over as pitching coach for Maddox tomorrow night. And the minor league pitching coordinator Danny Clark will be the bullpen coach. Bouncer in the hole. There's a slide, but Marwin cannot control the ball, and the bases are loaded. He was trying to make a spectacular play, sliding, and then the ball popped away from him. It's an infield hit for Kinsler.
Yeah, Gonzalez goes to his knees as he goes to his right. A little unusual. If he can stay on his feet there, you wonder might it help, but that handle's been hard to find here this evening.
Yeah, there's something going on out there around shortstop tonight.
Yeah, it looked like he intended to drop that left knee down, but a lot harder to lock in. You don't wear really good cleats on your knees very often.
Now bases loaded. Elvis Andrus is the batter. He grounded out to Altuve at second earlier. In the dirt, ball 1. Well, Keuchel gets his first really big test of the night here in this bases loaded situation. Dallas has thrown 37 pitches, and he'll be on a pitch count tonight. Now there's something going on with an injury possibility, it appears. Yeah, Marwin Gonzalez, maybe his knees on that slide. Head athletic trainer Nate Lucero and Bo Porter are coming out to look at Marwin. He took a pretty hard slide there to the knees.
It was the left knee that dug in, at least initially. See what we can see with this play. Well, he sets that glove up very nicely, but yeah, that left knee kind of dug in, and certainly hope that he didn't jam anything there.
So here's guessing the reason he did that was to get in front of the ball so he didn't have to backhand it, and then by sliding he could have been able to throw from that position from his knees. But yeah, the knees take a beating doing it that way.
Yeah, I'm sure that was the intent, and most of the time he probably pulls it off. That's the second time tonight that he's had a tough time with that exchange from glove to hand.
He's trying to be very quick. Now it's 1-0 to Andrus, and back to the bases loaded confrontation for Keuchel. Dallas has had some long relief outings, but this is his first start of the year. Missing there, and it's 2 balls, no strikes to Andrus. Andrus is a .327 lifetime hitter against Houston. Big Mother's Day weekend here. Some good giveaways, pink stuff. It's 3-0. What is that, a pink cosmetic bag type thing? A giveaway for tonight, Ash? Something like that.
I actually haven't seen that. I did notice the Astros notes are in nice pink on that front page.
Yeah.
So already setting the theme here.
Runner at third is Soto. He drew a walk. Gentry's at second. He singled. And Kinsler's at first. He singled. Now 3-0 the count. And that is an RBI for Andrus on a bases loaded walk. His 11th run batted in, tying the game in 1. A 4-pitch walk for Keuchel, and he'll be visited with Lance Berkman coming up next.
Looked like Bo Porter might have been wondering where was that pitch. I bet that looked good from the side.
Soto scores to tie it. Now Berkman, who struck out, will be the batter.
You know, obviously it runs inside. Just everything getting away right now from Keuchel.
Berkman, who whiffed in the first inning, comes around for the second time now. There's a breakdown. Keuchel's thrown 40 pitches in this game now. He could use a little 6-4-3 action right here. Strike to Berkman. Lance ranking very high in the offensive categories of Astros hitters in their careers. Now trying to come back as he did with the Cardinals and do some damage against that Houston pitching staff. Then he was a Yankee for a while. It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count to Lance. He continues to live in this area as he has for many years. Lance is now 37. Born in Waco. Grew up in the New Braunfels area.
Easily one of my favorite guys that's come through in the last couple of decades.
You know it. Foul ball there. Makes it 1-2 to Berkman. Berkman was sizzling the first 9 or 10 days of the season. He's not been able to maintain that. But in that first series here, he had 6 hits and 10 at bats. He's a 6-time All-Star. Last 4 years, he's been among the most disciplined hitters in terms of not chasing pitches out of the strike zone. Keuchel strikes him out. That's strikeout number 2.
Yeah, this is a big one. Get that second out. Big swing by Lance. One of those rare cases where you see a guy swing over the baseball on a fastball and not under.
Adrian Beltre single to right field in the second inning. Beltre 34 years old now. He was the Rangers player of the year last year. .263 his lifetime average with the bases loaded, including 9 grand slams. Fly ball out to center field. Grossman started back. Now he tries to get there, and Grossman does with a sliding catch. What a big escape for Dallas Keuchel after the bases loaded 4-pitch walk to Andrus. He gets Berkman and Beltre to keep the game tied at 1.
Of the third here. Hey, sports fans, join the Texans' Owen Daniels at Lucky Strike on May 20th for his Kingpin Classic. For more information, visit owendaniels.org. All right, we've got video now of the guy who threw out the first pitch. It's Rod Nelson. He's the VP of Schlumberger. And he threw a strike. He threw a strike, man. Well, you're with me now, and you're working with Schlumberger, and you work with community leaders for the Astros, putting $1.5 million and 5 years into rebuilding some parks, Sunnyside parks. Why is that so important to you guys?
Well, we like to give back to the communities where we work. We've got a lot of employees in Schlumberger, and the Astros Foundation came to us with this idea of joining the Community Leaders Program, where we would, make a commitment, but also over the long term, give kids in the Sunnyside area an opportunity to play baseball, learn some of the ins and outs of the game, but also, leadership and teamwork that kids need to learn. And we're thrilled to do it. It's been a great partnership so far.
I was going to ask, it's more than just baseball, right, for these kids?
It's a lot more than just baseball for the kids. And the city of Houston's involved, the Astros Foundation, Jim Crane's involved. And the fields have turned out beautiful. New grass, new infield dirt, but also stands, lights, dugouts. It's beautiful.
Well, how was it throwing out the first pitch?
Well, it was okay. The problem was they paired me with a kid who's actually a pitcher, so I tried to throw real fast, quick, so I wouldn't get compared to him.
Thank you so much. Enjoy the game.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Brownie.
Thanks, Julia. There's a little pop-up by Jimmy Paredes to second. And out number one, they're doing some terrific work. And let's get another look at his form, Ash.
That's pretty strong.
Yeah.
Left it up a little bit, but it's just his first pitch of the game.
Just getting warmed up.
And the kid was pretty strong. That's tough competition.
It's a terrific program. There's so many kids who don't have fathers, and they get a chance to go out and find a father figure, a mentor through those baseball programs, and it really helps them in life. Jose Altuve reached on that fielder's choice play an error. There is ball one to him. Who knows? Maybe there'll be a Jose Altuve out there on those fields in the Houston area.
Sure never know.
They can come from anywhere, can't they? There's a shot, fair ball over the third base bag. It'll stay right there, and that means an easy double for Altuve. In between the shortstop and the left fielder, Altuve takes his hitting streak to 6 games with double number 9 of the year.
Just shoot it over the bag. Get yourself 2 bags. And might I add, well played by the ball boy down the left side, just getting out of the way. This young man can really swing it. And he plays that defensive side. This looks like he loves every moment of the game.
Well, now double puts him in scoring position for Jason Castro. 50 hits for Altuve. This is game number 36. Castro struck out in the first inning. Up and in, ball one. Ogando worked 66 innings last year in 58 appearances. Going back to his year as a starting pitcher in 2011, he had 169 innings that season. It's a 2-ball, no strike count. The Rangers starting rotation has the second best ERA in the American League, 3.39. And they're missing Matt Harrison, their opening day starter, who has back problems. Chris Carter's on deck. Ground ball to first. Moreland with a play. Altuve advances on out number 2. Chris Carter will bat for the second time. He drew a walk on a 3-2 pitch back in the first. Ogando visited by his shortstop, Elvis Andrus. What went into that visit, Ash?
Didn't look like Ogando was too into it.
No,
as far as I could tell.
No, it didn't look like that was too well received. by the veteran right-hander.
Some pitchers actually don't like guys coming to the mound.
Nolan wasn't a big fan of that, was he?
Not overly. When he got in trouble, he was going to make life tough on anybody who came out there,
including Robert Ventura once upon a time. But that's a different story.
Yeah, that was an unplanned stop, and it didn't work out well.
Foul back. 1 ball, 1 strike to Chris Carter. Well, this Silver Boot Series has brought a lot of attention to the state of Texas, with these 2 cities of Houston and Dallas squaring off, and now many more times each year going forward. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Used to be 6 games, 3 in each ballpark, that these teams would play against each other. Now they have 3 series in each ballpark against each other. The Astros will be in the Metroplex July 5th, 6th, and 7th. And the final series here between the 2 will be in August. That'll be a 4-game set, 2-2 from August 9th through the 12th.
Have we actually retired the boot?
No, the boot is still very much alive and kicking.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly where it is. You haven't seen it, have you?
No, you know, it's been weeks since I've seen it.
Foul back. Well, once upon a time, many years ago, I think it was Chuck Poole who was taking the boot in his automobile from Houston to Dallas.
There's the boot.
Yeah.
Not exactly the silver boot.
Somehow that boot got broken way back when.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how that happened, but
was Chuck responsible?
No, Chuck was not in any way responsible. In fact, I'm not even sure it was Chuck. But we tend to blame everything on Chuck during the Chuck Poole era. He's just one of those guys who catches a lot of blame. Grounded foul, third base way. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes. Well, last night, Ash, was a 4-hour and 7-minute ball game. That was the longest 9-inning game in the history of Minute Maid Park.
Wow. Well, it felt like it, and I haven't been here for all the others, but it was not what I would refer to as snappy.
No, it was not snappy. Oh, look at this play.
Wow.
What hustle as Altuve comes home to make it 2-1 Astros.
This ball doesn't bounce more than, what, maybe 10, 12 feet away from home plate?
Yeah.
And yet Altuve just says, I'm going to be aggressive and make something happen. Watch this ball kick out. It comes off the glove, not far. Ogando comes to the plate, but not as quickly as Altuve. And by the time it's all said and done, Altuve wins that race easily.
What textbook base running.
That is just great instincts by Altuve.
Absolutely superb on the wild pitch. But, you know, he did everything right. You could see that replay. Had a good lead. Bouncing in the balls of his feet, ready to take off, coming further up the line. And once that ball hit the dirt, he was gone.
You know what he does also? There were 2 strikes on Chris Carter. You'd hate to take the bat away from a guy like that early in the count, but with a couple of strikes, I think that's a great shot.
Carter takes his 2nd walk of the night. And that's the 3rd of the evening for Ogando. Good hustle by Altuve.
Now you can talk about make sure you're hustling to everybody, but it's that rare guy who makes that play happen.
As you pointed out, that ball did not get very far away from Soto.
Now watch Ogando start coming off the mound. It wasn't like he had a horribly late break. I'm not sure he was busting with everything he had coming to the plate, but Altuve was the easy winner on that race.
That might have been the shortest wild pitch, shortest distance from the catcher that we've seen somebody score.
A lot of times guys on first or second don't move up on a ball that gets that far away.
Yeah. Carlos Pena with a shift on. It's calling time. Pena hit a fly ball to center with the bases loaded in the 1st inning. Jose Altuve stole a run there. He doubled. He took 3rd on a ground out and then scored on a wild pitch. That's a strike. Well, it was a crazy night, as everybody knows, last night. 4 hours and 7 minutes of baseball. Come from behind win for the Angels. A lot of confusion with the rules interpretation by the umpiring crew. Unfortunately, Field and Culbreth, the crew chief, has received a 2-game suspension and fine. The other umpires on the crew have received fines. Ryan O'Nora, Bill Welke, and Adrian Johnson. So that was a very difficult night for that crew, and Bo Porter apologized to them before the game in his media session. He felt badly that that had happened to the umpires. No balls and 2 strikes, and now everybody moves on. But that was just a night in which we learned a lot of things.
Certainly a class move by Bo Porter.
Yeah, it really was.
I have never seen that before. People say you'll see something new all the time. And,
boy, yeah.
This time on a rule book interpretation, but you may not see that again in your lifetime.
Right. Hopefully not, anyway. Pitch is high, 1 and 2. But yeah, that rule that we've checked on, 305D, is the brand new rule in the rule book that Bo Porter quoted last night, and so we've had to look that up today and learn some things about that we did not realize, since it had been put in over the winter for this year. And it's at the beginning of an inning if a relief pitcher comes in and the opposing manager pinch hits for the scheduled hitter, he does not have to face one back. This one gets away from Soto, and that might be a pass ball that time. Carter to second base. We'll see if it bounced or not.
It's a fastball that's kind of jammed and yanked to that backhand side. Becomes a tough play. I probably would rule wild pitch.
Yeah.
Any catcher will tell you that fastball with a guy who throws hard that's yanked down and away like that, it's just a tough one to get to.
And it is ruled a wild pitch. Second of the inning for Ogando. He had 2 this season coming into this game. Counts 2-2 now. And that's in tight, ball 3. But after the night before and the umpiring in Cleveland with that crazy Oakland game, with the video review not allowing the Oakland home run by Adam Rosales, and then last night, it's been a pretty crazy time for umpires these last 2 nights. That's a walk to Pena. That's 4 walks in the game now for Ogando.
Yeah, I would imagine one concern for the league office was 4 umpires getting thrown on one ruling like that.
Right. Now Mike Maddox comes out. Trevor Crow, who homered to left in the second inning, will be the batter. Now, you're talking about his brother Greg. Greg was in spring training helping the Rangers this year, so no doubt they had some long dinners talking about pitching. At least that would be the guesswork on Mike Maddox, who pitched for the Astros, and then his career took that turn into coaching, and he has been very, very good as a coach.
Long timer here with the Texas Rangers. He's done a heck of a job, and again the Rangers lead the league in team ERA, so he is getting it done right.
Let's look back at the second inning.
This is the first real chance to swing it for Trevor Crow with the club, and he finds the Crawford boxes out towards center field there a bit and gets a bit of the silent treatment. Then the guys loosen up and lay it on him, but that is a fun moment as you join a club anew.
Hey, he got that RBI he should have had a couple of nights ago. Wednesday night on the squeeze bunt on the misplay at the plate.
They adjusted and got that RBI?
Well, he got on the homer.
Yeah, that was the one that should have been safe at home plate. Yeah. Had to refilter that one.
On Jimmy Paredes, he was at third, and Crow put down that safety squeeze, and Paredes came in and made a beautiful head first slide. Avoided the tag, but the home plate umpire called him out. So that should have been Crow's first run batted in on that occasion. Now over third base, it slices foul, and it's 0-2.
Jimmy Paredes, we maybe forget a bit, new on the ball club, and on this play, boy, did he do a job of evading the tag and getting his hand on the plate, but the home plate umpire just simply didn't see it that way. So clearly no tag, no touch of the plate is the opinion, and eventually the tag for the out.
Now 0-2 to Trevor Crow from Portland, Oregon. And he swings and misses in the third inning. That is strikeout number 3 of the night. But Altuve's hustle scored the run to give the Astros the lead 2-1.
One Astros as we head to the 4th. Join us May 24th for the next big and bright Friday night. The Astros take on the Oakland A's at 7:10. 10,000 fans will receive an Astros koozie courtesy of Budweiser, then stay for the post-game fireworks show presented by Marathon Oil. Call 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit astros.com to get your tickets, guys.
Thank you, Julia. Nelson Cruz leading it off. He bounced into a double play earlier. 2-1 Astros. Dallas Keuchel missing with that one. And it's 2 balls, no strikes to Cruz. Good numbers to start the season for Nelson Cruz. He's been a good run producer over the years. Now he works at 2, 3 balls, no strikes. Cruz has hit very well against lefties. He looks at strike 1. Michael has just had 1 start against Texas last June 17th. 5 innings, 1 run, and a no decision. Cruz cracks one on the ground, backhanded. Dominguez, and the throw. Back into that good throwing slot after 3 throwing errors last night.
In my book, this is a bit of a tough play. That second bounce kind of pushes Dominguez back a little bit, and well, he's just so soft with the knees and hands.
That has to be a relief after the rough night last night. Mitch Moreland is the batter. He grounded out in the 2nd inning. Mitch, 27 years old, from Amory, Mississippi, and Mississippi State. The scout for the Rangers who signed him, Jeff Wood, is the son of the Astros former general manager Bill Wood. Strike to Moreland. Moreland last year had 327 at bats. He drove in 50 runs. Now, this could be his coming out party this year, though. Breaking ball fouled, and it's no balls, 2 strikes. In 2009, Mitch Moreland was the Tom Grieve Minor League Player of the Year. Tom Grieve is next door doing Rangers TV.
Former GM of the ball club.
Yes.
Not to mention a player for them.
And he goes back to Washington Senators days before they moved to Arlington, Texas.
Did he play under Ted Williams?
I think he might have. Yes, sir. Fly ball left center field, long run here. Throw is back. That one will bounce off the wall. And it's going to be a double for Mitch Moreland. A long double on the 0-2 pitch. So he crushed that one for his 8th two-base hit of the season.
Yeah, that ball was hit a bit just left of the 404 sign. And when you keep this kind of ball in the ballpark, you have to feel fortunate if you're Dallas Keuchel. That breaking ball against the left-hand hitter just stayed up too much.
Well hit ball by Moreland. Now Jeff Baker. He acquired the nickname Home Run Baker earlier in his career.
Not the first to do so.
No. The guy who really acquired that nickname was Frank Home Run Baker.
Back in the days when hitting about 10 home runs would lead your league.
That's right. That's about what he did.
And then came the Babe.
He changed everything.
Single-handedly hitting more home runs than other clubs that he played against.
Is there anybody else that you could even make a point about who would be considered the greatest player in the history of this game?
Wow. Well, I don't think anybody even comes close to the dominating performance versus other players, other teams of his time.
Right.
I just don't even think it comes close.
Right. Now people say Willie Mays, okay, because of not only the offense but the tremendous defensive impact he had, more so than Babe Ruth. Okay. He's a great player, one of the best ever.
I think you could certainly make arguments. Those who saw Willie Mays and thought he was the best, I wouldn't argue against him. Right. Hank Aaron, you pick your great one. But yeah, I never got to see Babe play, fortunately. But
you didn't?
Well, the timing didn't work out for me, and I'm kind of thrilled in that regard. But yeah, statistically, he dominated like no other.
And that's the whole idea, is to look at his accomplishments compared to other players, and even he was hitting more home runs than many teams.
Yep. In
the season.
Of course, then came Lou Gehrig, and boy, what a player he must have been.
Oh,
so I guess if you're an iron horse, you should be pretty good.
Good play there by Castro. 2-2. And then, of course, you know, some people say, well, you can't forget pitchers, dominant guys like Cy Young.
A mere 511 wins.
Yeah, that's great in consideration. 511 wins.
Gee.
You've got to be kidding. Now that's, you know, we look at these records that will never be broken, and that certainly is one that's very safe. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Guys who have great careers don't make that many appearances.
True. Moreland the base runner. 2-1 Astros here in the 4th. Keuchel wants the signs again with a runner at second. We got greatest players of all time.
A lot of people will say Mickey Mantle.
Bouncer. Backhand play. Tough one here. Dominguez uncorks, and he makes a beauty. 2 outs. Never really zipped that one. He was way behind third base. Moreland moving into third on the play.
Yeah, this one backs you up. You really have to make a good throw, and you can't do it better than what you see right there. Had the runner coming his way, but he was so far back of the bag that was not an option.
You know, I think sometimes a guy like Dominguez, who made 3 errors last night throwing, would rather have a tough play like that.
Yeah, I wonder.
Than when he had to think about it. He had time to think about the throw. He had no time that time.
That was a real challenge. When you're backing like that, that's where you have to rely on everything just happening right.
Yeah. Gio Soto takes ball 1. But he really did have to, first of all, get his feet in position and then get rid of it. But that's a long throw all the way across the diamond. Keuchel comes inside there 1-1. That's an important strategy for him.
Of course, then you can get in a a further discussion with a different angle and other issues, but Barry Bonds, it's absolutely phenomenal stuff he did.
Absolutely. 2 balls and a strike.
Were the players of the early 1900s in baseball actually comparable to, equal, or even better than the current player in athletic ability?
Very hard to answer. Very hard to answer. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
You know, you look at old footage of the NBA, for example, and it's comical to compare with today's game.
Yeah.
And I always wonder, well, does baseball fit in that same way, or is it completely different somehow?
There have been many changes. People say, well, it's still the same game. Yes, it is. The rules are the same. But considering until, well, just about the time that Babe Ruth started playing, they would play an entire game using 1 baseball, and it got pretty dark by the end of that game, and it was kind of hard to see.
Did they rub it up?
I think everybody rubbed it up. Who knows how many layers of substances there were by the end of that game on that ball. Probably like a swamp thing. Backhanded. Here is the long throw from Marwin, and he makes it well. And the left side of the infield comes through for the Astros in the 4th. No runs a hit. A runner stranded at 3rd. Matt Dominguez with a play. 2-1 Houston.
MLB.com at bat is the #1 source for live baseball everywhere you go. Available for iPhone, iPad, Android, and BlackBerry 10. At Bat delivers Astros baseball with live audio, pitch tracking, stats, news, highlights, and more. Text at Bat to 31826 or visit Astros.com for the details.
Just wait. You know, the State House is in session, Nash, and they're talking about legislation to prevent broadcasters from texting while broadcasting.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Matt Dominguez grounded back to the pitcher. There's a fly ball to shallow left field. Jeff Baker loping over for it. Andrews way out, and he gets out of the way of Baker. 1 out.
I don't even know how to feel about that bit of news.
We know you're texting over there some of the time. Marwin Gonzalez comes up next.
If only I were that hip.
Isn't it? It's just crazy though now when you get baseball season underway and people are tweeting and they're texting and they're emailing. And Allison Footer's here from MLB.com. She's putting together a story on broadcasters and how they handle a no-hitter in progress. Do they mention it?
Yeah.
Do they not mention it?
Yeah, I talked with Allison before the game. Kind of curious how you felt about those questions.
There she is writing that story right now while listening to Astros radio.
Quoting Bill Brown as we speak.
Marwin Gonzalez with a beautiful drag bunt will be on first base. Oh, that was so well done. He just took it with him up the first base line. That's hit number 3 for the Astros.
That's a gorgeous bunt if you're trying to play that drag game. And if you're playing defensively and you're playing at first base or you're on the mound, I got it, you take it. And nobody winds up at first base. Just a almost impossible play to figure out what to do. For me, when the pitcher can't make it, the only possibility for the out is first baseman charge hard to begin with, pitcher sprint to the bag and see if you have one chance right there.
That was so well done. And the Astros are playing small ball tonight. Bobby Grossman is the batter. He's walked and he's flied to left. Well, Allison Footer said now in this era of texting and tweeting that people might have a game on and they might be following Twitter and they don't want to see things about it being a no-hitter. They don't want it to ruin their enjoyment. Yeah.
Well, how enjoyable is it if you don't know there's a no-hitter going on?
Not sure. It's the 8th Astro base runner against Ogando, who's been working on that stretch quite a bit tonight. Ball 1 to Grossman. And she said people really don't want to find out on Twitter that somebody has a no-hitter going.
So you'd rather find out sometime later in the evening or tomorrow, hey, so-and-so threw a no, and you missed the chance to listen in, huh?
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure what she meant by that. Just throw to first base. Maybe they have the game on TV, but they're not really paying a lot of attention to it, so they don't want to find out that way on Twitter that what they're watching is really good.
You think there should be like flashing text across the screen that says no hitter ongoing?
Yes, that'd be very good. Fly ball to left center field. Gentry over. Now Marwin's going to go back and tag, and Gentry is getting it in at second base. He was alert to that possibility and he played it well. 2 outs.
Well done on 2 fronts. Marwin Gonzalez kind of forces the issue right there, and the issue was handled well by Gentry in center field as he makes the catch immediately, releasing to the cutoff man right in line with second.
Jimmy Paredes is the batter. He struck out and he popped to second. Rangers about hit the Astros 5-2, but the Astros have 4 walks in this game. There's been a Ranger error which allowed the bases to be loaded in the first inning. Ogando put up a 0 in that frame. There's a strike to Paredes. Last year the Rangers were 93-69 and they were overtaken on the last day of the season by Oakland. And then they lost that playoff game to drop out of things. So a disappointing year for them, but they've been to the World Series a couple of times in the last 3 years, and they're looking right now as a pretty strong bet to make a decent run at it again this year. They are the only team in the AL West above 500 right now. Oakland's in second with an 18-18 record. Chop to second. Kinsler on over to first to retire Paredes, and it's no runs a hit and a man left for the Astros in the 4th. They lead it 2-1.
Welcome back. It's a 2-1 ball game. Astros in front of the Rangers here. And it's time for our AT&T tweet of the game. It's from Dallas Keuchel, the guy on the mound for the Astros. He said, "Glad to see Jay Happ doing better. Thoughts and prayers are still with him and his family." You saw it on Tuesday. The former Astros pitcher took a line drive to the head in Tuesday's game. He is sidelined for 4 to 6 weeks, and he suffered a head contusion and a small fracture just above his left ear. Very, very scary stuff. So very fortunate that it was just that, if you know what I mean, if you saw it, Brownie.
Yes, that was. Fortunately, he got turned a little bit. Dallas Keuchel in 4 innings has allowed 4 hits, 1 run, walking 2, fanning 2. Craig Gentry leads it off and takes ball 1. And yeah, that's scary to see a friend like Jay Happ carried off on a stretcher. He waved a little bit to the fans as he was on his way out. That's reassuring, but well, that's just so little reaction time for a pitcher. 1-1. Gentry singled to left field in the 3rd inning, and now of course the efforts are continuing, and they've been underway for a while to try to find some kind of headgear that might help protect the pitcher. Some folks are skeptical that they'll come up with anything good. 2-hopper to Marwin. 1 out.
Well, even if they come up with something good, the likelihood is that pitchers will balk at using it. It's probably not viewed as, certainly not the way it's been done in this game, and it's probably not macho and all that sort of thing, but it sure is a dangerous event when that line drive goes back up the middle.
Yeah. What's being worked on is some type of padding inside the cap, maybe a Kevlar type lining or something on those lines.
I saw that discussion going on. I wonder, would that help in this case? It would help in some cases, I'm sure.
Sure, there are unprotected areas it wouldn't help. Kinsler with a shot, backhanded. Marwin. 2 outs. Keuchel's found a friend on the left side of the infield.
His name is Marwin. He's an accurate throwing shortstop.
He's made 5 plays in this game tonight, including starting a double play in the 2nd. Dominguez has made a couple of plays. Power Rangers against the Astros. Berkman 460, Kinsler 327, Cruz 318 with power. And Andrews is the batter now.
Key strikeout of Lance Berkman came in the 3rd inning. Bases loaded, and that was the 2nd out as Keuchel was able to battle out of that frame.
Sure was big. There's strike 1. Andrews had drawn a bases loaded walk in the 3rd inning, and then Berkman came up and bases loaded. He struck out, and then Beltre hit the fly ball to center. This one's rolled to the left side. Marwin has an all-star inning, making all 3 plays. 10 ground ball outs for Keuchel. He's through 5 with a 2-1 lead. On Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you by the Chipotle Chicken Combo. It's back for a limited time at Jack in the Box. Try one today with fries and a drink for just $4.99 plus tax. And by the Mitsubishi Outlander Sport Limited Edition. Visit MitsubishiCars.com/tomorrow. 2-1 ball game. The Astros lead it. Jose Altuve swings at the first pitch. It's in the air for Mitch Moreland, but he cannot get to it. And a foul ball. Altuve's had an 0-1 count. He is 1 for 2 in this game. He doubled and got things started with 1 out in the 3rd inning. And then he advanced to 3rd on a grounder, and he scored on a wild pitch, a very short wild pitch, just a few feet away from Giovanni Soto. That one gave the Astros a 2-1 lead, and that's the difference in this game right now. 0-2 for Ogando. Ogando needed only 6 pitches in the 4th inning. He's thrown 77 tonight. Right back to him. 1 out here in the 5th. And it's Jason Castro batting. He struck out in the 1st and grounded out in the 3rd. Tigers are pummeling the Indians 9-4 in Detroit. They're in the bottom of the 8th inning. Miguel Cabrera hit his 7th homer. Prince Fielder number 9. Andy Dirks number 3. That's ball 1. The Astros are headed for Detroit Sunday after the game here to wrap up this longest homestand of the year of 10 games. They'll have 3 with the Tigers and then an off day and 3 in Pittsburgh on the next road trip. Out to center field. Gentry moving back. 2 down for Ogando. And Carter will bat. Reds lead the Brewers in the top of the 7th in Cincinnati 3-2. Ryan Braun hit his 8th, and Gene Segura number 5 for Milwaukee. You know, the Angels are at that stage. People keep bringing up Gene Segura to them. They traded him for Zach Greinke last year. A lot of their supposedly mistakes keep getting brought up to them right now with their tough start.
When you're not playing well, that's going to happen. It happens to all clubs.
Strike to Carter. Carter's walked both times. The Blue Jays cannot win without Alan Ashby. They're 13-23, and they trail the Red Sox 5-0.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. 1-1.
They have certainly had their problems. A team that some in Las Vegas picked as a likely World Series competitor this year.
Well, 10 games under 500. That's not World Series like.
Not happening right now.
It's 2 balls and a strike. Bautista's never really cranked it up so far this year.
Well, the last couple of seasons now, if you kind of go back from this point, have been a bit rugged at times.
There's a shot on through into center field. Carter rips that one right through the box to give him a 4-game hitting streak.
Swung the bat well, did Chris Carter in that Angels series, and shoots one back up the middle. He utilized right field for a hit last night. Nice to see him do that, and then if he can get the pitch that's in his wheelhouse, go ahead and turn it around to left field like he can so well.
Off the glove of Ogando. You know, I was just going to ask you, with the swings you were talking about the last few nights, and that one, it seems like he's up the middle more now and making better contact. We'll see if that's the beginning of a trend.
You know, if he winds up doing that and it works and he gets a lot of singles, for example, people probably will start to say, well, we need more of the power bat. It's always that tough battle, which way to go when you're the big guy that can drive the ball.
Right. Back one to Pena. He hit a fly ball to center with the bases loaded, and he walked.
Chris Carter finds himself hitting .230 with that base hit.
Pirates lead at New York 6-1. They're in the bottom of the 8th inning. Garrett Jones hit his 5th. Pirates are 2 games above 500. So the Astros are in this stretch of playing a lot of teams that are above 500. Angels being the exception to that in the just completed series, but the go to Detroit to take on a first place club. Pirates are right in the thick of things in the NL Central. Rangers a tough series here this weekend. Challenging stretch of games.
Yeah, but then you look at the schedule and it just always feels tough.
Yeah.
And I think it can feel that way when you really suddenly start to get things turned around. You can say, you know what, we're playing good baseball. Now we're really going to have to play well because we've got so-and-so clubs coming up. They're tough clubs, but that's part of what you do when you do become a good team.
Yeah.
Astros are battling and moving in that direction.
Pena flicks it back, and it's a 2-ball, 2-strike count for Carlos. Padres lead 3-2. They're playing in St. Petersburg against the Tampa Bay Rays. Carlos Quentin hit his 3rd homer. Little Venable number 5. And that interleague series between 2 hotly contested rivals, San Diego and Tampa Bay.
That's a natural rivalry, right? Geographical.
Yeah. The Astros pitchers are doing some work. They're hitting and running the bases, getting ready for that interleague series in Pittsburgh. They're running from home to first today.
You know, that's a real challenge. I mean, it can sound kind of silly, but when pitchers are not accustomed to coming out of the box or even laying down a bunt or whatever the case may be, it's quite a challenge.
That's what they worked on. Even the relief pitchers were out there. Some of them took that big turn at first. Acted like they wanted to stretch a single.
They're just bluffing.
Carter will take off on 3-2. Moreland playing behind him. There's a bouncer to Moreland. Not 2 easy hops. That will account for out number 3. No runs, a hit, and a man left after 5. 2-1 Astros.
It's 2-1. Some of you watching this game right now don't have CSN in your own home. If your TV provider doesn't carry CSN yet, call and tell them you want CSN so you can have the very best coverage of your Astros. This is your network, Astros fans. You deserve it. To get the facts, go to iwantscsnhouston.com, guys.
Thank you, Julia. 2-1. Lance Berkman leads it off in the 6th inning. He has struck out twice in this game. In the first series of the year, Lance reached base in 9 of his 12 plate appearances. Keuchel throws, and it's ball 1 to Berkman, to be followed by Beltre and Cruz. Bounces this one on 1 hop. Matt Dominguez with the throw gets out number 1. A lot of work on the left side of the infield for Dallas Keuchel tonight.
I would imagine that would be part of the routine time and time again, assuming Dallas takes advantage, and he's doing so tonight. But His style of pitching is lending to that ground ball on the left side, and you love it if you're the Astros. The double play despite the little bobble there.
Now it's Adrian Beltre, strike one.
You keep those guys busy on the infield, and they probably enjoy that possibility.
Those two guys on the left side of the infield have accounted for 10 outs of the 16 for Keuchel.
Benefits on the inside edge.
No balls, 2 strikes. There's been Marwin making those plays, starting that double play, and there's been Matt Dominguez with some strong throws. One of those in particular from deep behind third base.
I love the shots of the major leaguers with their gloves, and they'll bite on the straps just like the little kids do. And I remember that feeling, getting that first real nice looking glove and the taste of the straps. All great stuff.
One hopper back to Keuchel. Do you ever coat those with chocolate at all?
Well, I never did, but I know that you did it that way.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it. Come on out to Minute Maid Park, May 25th for our annual Bayou Bash presented by Louisiana Association of Convention and Visitor Bureaus, with a special thanks to Budweiser. First pitch against the A's is at 6:10, but come out early for the live music, crawfish, and more. Call 1-877-9-ASTROS to get your tickets now.
Nelson Cruz is the batter. He hit into that 6-4-3 double play we saw a moment ago, and he grounded to third. He's had multiple hit games in each of his last 4 at Minute Maid Park.
But I did sleep with my glove. I remember that.
Oh yeah,
vividly.
How did you break in a glove?
Well, as a professional player, I had a variety of ways. One that I really liked was shaving cream.
Oh.
Just load it up with shaving cream and let that bad boy kind of marinate a little bit. And
you get your razor out and shave the leather? Or
you can keep it clean shaven or however you like.
Okay. Deep drive to left field. That'll tie it. Nelson Cruz hits one high up on the glass wall. That is a monster shot. 2-2 game as Cruz unloads for the 8th time this season. And that's his 9th career homer against the Astros to tie it.
I think it's fair to say Nelson Cruz didn't miss any of this one. Well, you keep pumping strikes, and the likelihood is somebody gets to you, but now you have to just keep going at that strike zone.
That's hit number 5 for the Rangers. Came on a 1-1 count. Mitch Moreland doubled to left center on a well-hit ball in the 4th inning after grounding out in the 2nd to second base. Well, there's that old saying, Ash, solo homers won't beat you.
Certainly hope that. I remember Catfish Hunter was one of those guys that could give up a bunch of them, and of course he knew what the possibilities were with the offense he dealt with, and long-time winner.
0-2.
I like to see what getting all of it looks like. That's what it looks like, and as you head up the line, you're just enjoying every moment that ball sails. I've heard.
If the roof had been open, that one would be halfway to the courthouse by now. That ball was absolutely nailed by Nelson Cruz.
Teammates come up and say, "How did you do that? Where's your bat? Can I use it?"
Yeah. Did you see the story now? There's a story circulating that Mickey Mantle used corked bats.
Oh no. Well, it seems a little late for that to come up.
A little late, yes. Decades after his playing career finished. But then, you know, tests have shown that corking bats may not help.
I can honestly say I never used one in batting practice even.
Moreland strikes out. That ends the top of the 6th inning. The Rangers get an awesome blast from Cruz to tie it 2-2.
Minute Maid Park, bottom of the 6th, and Trevor Crowe's up first for the Astros. Last time, or I guess his first at bat today, he got his first hit as an Astro, and it was a home run to the Crawford boxes. And I am with the girl who made the most awesome catch I've seen in a long time. This is Alexis next to me. She's our progressive fan of the game, and Alexis, great catch, by the way. She plays softball. Take me through the play. Take me through the play.
Well, he hit the ball, and I thought it was going to go out, and I was like, oh my gosh, am I going to catch it? And I reached out, and I like snow-coned the ball, and I barely caught it, but I was so happy. And I turned around, and I gave it to my best friend who took me to the game today, because tomorrow's her birthday, and I gave it to her for her birthday.
My heart's melting over here. What a story. Congratulations. You're absolutely the fan of the game. Guys, what do you think of that?
Come on, Julia, give her another baseball.
I know.
Boy, that's amazing. Great
That is
story.
great.
Terrific.
She's actually the one who caught that ball.
Yeah. What a friend.
I think that might be the buddy right there.
Yeah, that's her friend.
Y'all have fun.
That's a 3-1 ground out, with Crowe being retired here for the first out in the home 6th inning. Now strike one to Matt Dominguez. He's 0 for 2 in this 2-2 ball game in the 6th. Dallas Keuchel pitching very well. Question being, how much longer will he be allowed to pitch now in his first start of the year? Foul back, and it's 0-2.
You know, that story that Julia digs up out there, that's a memory that will never leave.
Oh.
A couple of kids right there will have that for a lifetime.
First of all, how often does a kid get to catch a home run ball, even in the Landry's Crawford box?
Young lady brings her glove to the ballpark and then acknowledges that she snow-coned it.
That was beautiful.
I didn't catch it clean. I snow-coned it, but I still made the play.
Yeah. Wesley Wright is up for the Astros. And she brought her sunglasses.
That's wonderful stuff. But like the player, she keeps the glasses on the top of her head. It's all about looking cool.
Well, indoors, that's fine.
Well, that's true.
1-2. So Wesley Wright getting ready to come in. 95 pitches for Alexi Ogando. Rangers bullpen is busy as well. They have 3 lefties in their bullpen. All the way, and their bullpen has been very good this season.
Is there an inclination, I wonder, on a Dallas Keuchel who doesn't survive by blowing hitters away, doesn't throw all that hard, to maybe let him pick up a few more pitches on a night?
It might be. And that's where the feel of managing comes in, right?
Oh, I think so.
Bouncer goes foul.
I think you have to ask the questions of your pitchers. How do you feel at this stage? Trust your eyes, what you're seeing. But it is a day and age when that pitch count can be hard and fast.
Yeah. Rangers lefty is Robbie Ross. As Dallas Keuchel has kept his club right in it tonight. He's done a terrific job in this game. Fly ball goes to shallow right field. Nelson Cruz makes his way in. 2 outs. You know, Keuchel could use this as a springboard. He's just affirmed a lot of what he's been thinking, it would appear, this season coming into this start, about being more aggressive. He has walked only 1, or no, make it 2 in this game. One of those bases loaded walk to Andrews, but he's come after the hitters, and that's what he had talked about, being more aggressive. Looks like he's developing a feel for what he needs to do to be successful at the major league level.
Yeah, one thing's for certain, when you're that guy that's asking to get that chance to start and be a part of the rotation, take advantage when you get that chance, and he has fully done that tonight.
Marwin Gonzalez bunted his way aboard last time with a beautiful drag bunt. There's strike one. The drag bunt being what he displayed last time. He brings the ball with him as he goes up the first base line, as opposed to a push bunt toward third base for a left-handed batter. There's an art to that. There's a shot, and it's foul. You know, we talked about Mickey Mantle a few minutes ago. Mickey Mantle was a great drag bunter. 100 pitch mark for Alexi Ogando. And with somebody as speedy as Mantle, or Kirk Gibson was another one too. About all he had to do was get the ball down on the ground and avoid bunting it right back to the pitcher. It was very tough to get him out.
When I see Mike Trout run, I always think about Mickey Mantle. That big man, kind of thick body, and that amazing speed.
Yeah. He is so much fun to watch.
Now the stories go that Mantle was every bit that fast. I wish I had memories of having actually seen that, and by the time I saw Mickey Mantle, he was hurting the knee and knees were huge problems. Could still do a lot of things better than anybody else out there, but couldn't run like the legend had it.
Well, if you had been about 5 years older, you would have seen him when he was really fast.
Well, whose lifespan does that take up?
No, he was fast. He was
He could really fly.
Oh,
yeah.
He was amazing. Unfortunately, he hurt his knee very early in his career. Stepping in a drain in the outfield when he was playing right field. Line shot into right center field. And Marwin Gonzalez is having a game of it.
Trying to remember the story. Was that in Detroit? Old Tiger Stadium?
I don't remember where it was, but Joe DiMaggio was playing center when Mantle came up, so Mantle played right, and he got hurt running for a ball in right field. I don't remember which ballpark. Well, the Astros have been putting their hits, but not putting them together. They've had hits in 5 innings in a row, total of 5 in the game now, but just 1 hit per inning. Ron Washington is making a move as switch hitting Robbie Grossman due up. He's had lefty Robbie Ross warming up in the bullpen. Ogando at 102 pitches now on the night. And that's it for Alexi. Leaving with a runner at first belonging to him. 2 outs in the 6th inning with those numbers for the night in a 2-2 ball game. Back in a moment.
How you can try. Just watch Sportsnet Central every night in May at 10 p.m. or after the game. You can learn in doing so our word of the night. Then log on to csnhouston.com for a chance to win cash, prizes, and a whole lot more. Play Words on CSN every night in May.
Robbie Ross comes out of the Texas bullpen. He's been the 7th inning guy quite often this season, coming in here with 2 outs in the 6th in a 2-2 game, inheriting the runner at first, Marwin Gonzalez, and facing switch hitting Robbie Grossman. Robbie's 0 for 2, Robbie Grossman that is, and he's walked once. Robbie Ross having a very good season. Liner Kinsler is able to hang on as he goes face first down on the grass behind second base. Grossman made a strong bid, but Kinsler denied him. It's no runs a hit and a man left. After 6, score is tied at 2. Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you by USAA, proudly serving the financial needs of current and former military members and their families. And by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. Well, both managers now going to the bullpen at this stage of the game. Through 6, it's a 2-2 game. That brings in Wesley Wright for Bull Porter. Wright coming in after Dallas Keuchel did a superb job in 6 innings, allowing 5 hits, 2 runs, walking 2 and fanning 3.
Wesley Wright on the year. That whip right around the 1.5 mark. So he's had some base runners to deal with. 17 hits in 15 innings, 5 walks mixed in. Been good against the left-hand hitters.
He will face Jeff Baker leading off here in the 7th inning. Baker twice is grounded to the left side. Fly ball right field. Jimmy Paredes tracking it back near the wall. Paredes leaping at the wall, and that one is over the wall. A home run for Baker to the opposite field, giving the Rangers a 3-2 lead on the first pitch thrown by Wesley Wright. Number 4 of the year for Baker, giving him 7 runs batted in.
Well, Baker plays the part of the hero tonight for the Texas Rangers. Nice effort by Paredes in right field. Went up and just could not come down with it. You can hit it straight away to right field in this ballpark. It's a pretty friendly place for the right-hand hitter.
Giovanni Soto takes strike 1. Soto has walked and scored. He's grounded out. Fan unable to hold it there. He tried to barehand it.
With that glove going back there, you wonder, might Paredes have been able to make that play minus the fan?
Yeah.
Because without the fan leaning over the wall, it's perfectly legal.
0-2 to Soto. Well, Keuchel delivers everything Bull Porter probably was hoping he would with the 6 solid innings, but now the Rangers grab the lead. They're first. Soto's down on strikes. 1 out for Wright, who came in last night but did not face a batter.
Bend that one down under the knees.
Greg Gentry has a single and 2 trips. Keuchel threw 83 pitches tonight.
53 of those strikes, and he got a lot of ground balls. I think that's a key for Dallas.
Now, he is a pitch to contact type of hurler. Strike 1 to Gentry. Rangers center fielders have not produced much offense this year.
I have 13 ground ball outs recorded by Keuchel.
Out of 18, that's a nice percentage. Gentry and Leonis Martin have been sharing center field this year. Ground ball, backhanded. Dominguez, quick throw over. Back on his game. 2 outs. Yep, that's number 14 in the ground ball out category. Ian Kinsler is 1 for 3. An infield hit to shortstop in the 3rd inning. Rangers lead this all-time series with the Astros 44-31. They've won 12 of their last 15 at Minute Maid Park. Kinsler takes a look at it. It's ball 1 for Wesley Wright. It's a 2-ball no strike count for Wesley. Angels and the White Sox are tied 5-5 in the bottom of the 5th at U.S. Cellular. Brendan Harris hit his 3rd of the year for the Angels, his 2nd in a row. And Alejandro De Aza, number 7 for the White Sox. 2 balls and a strike.
An offensively challenged White Sox club.
Yes, it is. Doug Brocail and Bo Porter hoping Wright can get this hitter, Kinsler, to end the top of the 7th inning. Then Paredes, Altuve, and Castro are due up in the bottom half. Kinsler fouls it. It's a 2-ball, 2-strike count. The Rangers have one of the top prospects. In fact, he's rated #1 by some services in the minor leagues. Jurickson Profar, a shortstop, playing in the minor leagues. Kinsler is signed to a multi-year deal, and so is Elvis Andrus. So some think that they could use Profar as a trade chip if they want to later on in the season. Line shot, left center field, wide open spaces out there. Grossman, though, will cover up that gap. He'll have a play to make it second. Kinsler going, and the ball hits him and comes a few feet away. Altuve tried to grab it on the backhand side as Grossman was hurrying his throw. Kinsler hustles a double, his 10th of the year.
It's a nice job by Robbie Grossman. That throw provided a little bit of a short hop at the bag at second base and just made it a tough play. But as an outfielder, this is exactly what you're taught to do. Get to the ball as quickly as possible and get rid of that throw. Ball gets to the bag in time.
And it ricocheted around in there. Kinsler thought about going to third, but it didn't get very far away. Elvis Andrus threw a bases loaded walk in the third. He's grounded out twice tonight. That's 7 hits for the Rangers compared to 5 for the Astros. Time call. Phillies lead the Diamondbacks in Arizona 2-1. They're in the bottom of the 2nd. Jimmy Rollins hit his 2nd homer. Roy Halladay's hoping to have surgery and come back and pitch this year. Fly ball. Grossman back in center. In the 7th, the Baker home run gives the Rangers the lead. It's 3-2. Houston Astros baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you by USAA, proudly serving the financial needs of current and former military members and their families.
3-2 Texas as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. We've got the Geico quote of the day. He's got tremendous tools. He deserved the promotion last year, and I'm hoping this one is permanent. That comes from Jeff Luhnow on Jimmy Paredes. And boy, it is obvious he's got some tremendous tools. He's been hanging out some shots, 3 doubles since joining the club.
Jimmy fouls it back. There's strike one. He's 0 for 3 in this game. There is bullpen action for the Rangers. Right-hander Tanner Scheppers is working. Robbie Ross in relief of Alexi Ogando is in a position now to be the winning pitcher. He retired Grossman on a line drive. Good catch by Kinsler to end the Astros 6th, and now the Rangers have grabbed the lead. Loretta's not chasing there. It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. David Murphy has checked in left field, replacing Jeff Baker. Baker hit the go-ahead homer in the top of the inning, and he leaves 1 for 3 tonight. Robbie Ross has been very good at doing exactly that, keeping the ball down and getting ground ball outs this year. It's off the plate, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ross, a second-round pick by the Rangers in 08, is from Nicholasville, Kentucky. 24 years old. Pitched 58 times for Texas last year with very good numbers. He gets a strikeout. Number 4 for Rangers pitching tonight.
Well, Robbie Ross turned out to be quite a find for the Rangers last year.
You see good numbers this year. 3 walks, 10 strikeouts, and 14 2/3 innings. Last year he was 6-0 with a 2.22 ERA. For Mike Maddox's pitching staff. Jose Altuve doubled over third base in the 3rd inning and scored on a wild pitch. He's 1 for 3. Fouling it for strike 1.
Brownie, you were talking about minor leaguer Jurickson Profar for the Texas Rangers. He's gotten off to a surprisingly slow start this year. A lot of raves about him and his abilities.
Yeah.
234 batting average as we speak. A couple of dingers.
1-1. From what we're hearing, he could benefit from some time at AAA this year. Ground ball goes foul. 1-2. Everybody's in a rush to see these top prospects, right? When's he going to be?
I bet it's always been that way and probably always will. Profar, 20 years of age.
Tanner Scheppers has really been a delight for the Rangers in their bullpen this year. Ground ball goes foul, third base side. Still 1-2 to Altuve. This Ranger club didn't get a whole lot of attention over the winter, did it, Ash, with all the moves the Angels made?
Well, I guess the biggest news they got was the loss of Josh Hamilton.
Yeah.
At least that's my recollection. Of course, Hamilton has had his slow start, to say the very least, with the Angels.
2-2.
I think when it's all said and done, the Rangers look quite intelligent in terms of that move. They wanted to sign Hamilton. They just weren't willing to go the amount in the years. I think the years was the big issue.
It's out to center field. Gentry. 2 outs. And Jason Castro comes up. Create memories, save money, and have fun with Astros baseball. No matter what your special event, we will create an experience your group is sure to remember. Call 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit Astros.com to find out more.
John Maley, the hitting coach, came up and kind of high-fived Jose Altuve, and rightly so. That ball was rocked to right center.
It was hit well. There's some fun in that suite as they watch Castro, who's 0 for 3, try to get on against Ross. Chris Carter is waiting. Castro takes strike 1. We talked about him last night as he came up against a left-handed reliever in the 8th inning. Scott Downs, and Castro single to center field.
If I'm not mistaken, I think he had 2 hits against lefties last night, and that's a big turnaround from what he's done.
You are correct. You got the other one against Jason Vargas, the starter. 1-1.
I believe he entered the night hitting about 130 against lefties, so you have a night like that, it can turn things around.
It sure can, and just give him that mental reassurance that he can do it. 1 ball, 2 strikes for Robbie Ross. Ranger bullpen is 6-1 with a 2.85 ERA, 4th best bullpen ERA in the American League, and no blown saves.
Wow.
10 for 10 in saves. Joe Nathan has been terrific this year, their closer. But the setup guys deserve their share of credit too. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ross has built on what he did last year. Shepherd has just really fit into that niche of 8th inning guy. He had a 4.45 ERA last year, so you probably say that's been a surprise for them. First baseman has it, and Moreland takes care of it for out number 3. After 7, it's 3-2 Rangers.
The 8th celebrate Mother's Day with pink in the park at Minute Maid Park this weekend as the Astros face off against the Rangers. 10,000 fans will receive a pink giveaway each night, courtesy of the Methodist Cancer Center. Call 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit astros.com to get your tickets today. I actually have some of these giveaways. I got a sneak peek at some of this stuff. It's pretty cool. There's a little makeup bag they're going to give away one night. Awesome. And this hat. Who doesn't love a pink Astros hat, guys?
Gotta have one. Nice.
Save a couple of those, Julia.
There we go.
You got it. You got it formed perfectly there. You don't have to break it in or anything.
It's ready. I'm ready.
Oh, gorgeous.
I really do like it. These are great.
Don't forget your booth mates.
I told you my mom's coming. She's excited about pink giveaway night.
Well, that's a nice gift. That's a start. It's a start anyway. You can build around it. Lance Berkman takes, and there's strike 1 for Wesley Wright. Lance has struck out twice and grounded out tonight. There's a report in on Twitter that the Astros number 13 prospect is having a big night for the Corpus Christi Hooks. Foul back on 2. Domingo Santana has hit his 3rd homer of the game tonight for the Hooks.
Baseball is right between the legs of Jason Castro.
I know we were talking about Mickey Mantle earlier. Lance Berkman's right in that neighborhood. Mickey Mantle for slugging percentage by a switch hitter. Line shot left field corner. And that will skip and go to the wall. Picked up by Trevor Crowe. Berkman in with a double. His 8th of the year.
And Lance doesn't run at all like the Mick did. Just a good hitter. And he has that downward stroke from the right side of the plate. He'll backspin some balls with the best of them. I love him from the left side of the plate, though.
Now, Bo Porter's coming out to make a change with right-handed hitting Adrian Beltre, and then Cruz to come up behind him. Here's the lefty Travis Blackley, but he's also had Paul Clemens. And it's going to be Clemens coming in with a score 3-2 Texas right after this. tonight. Here's Paul's night last night.
Paul Clemens, a wicked curveball working last night as he gets Albert Pujols and Josh Hamilton. Good looking over the top job that he has. Goes hard to go with it. He's a guy who I think is itching to start, but doing a fine job in that bullpen for Bo Porter. Philip Humber had a chance to come in last night as well.
He had an encouraging performance. Clemens also had given up a home run last night before he got those 2 strikeouts. He gave up a homer to Brendan Harris, and that one tied the game for the Angels 3-3 as he entered the game in the 6th inning. Adrian Beltre has a runner at second, Berkman, and nobody out. Beltre's 1 for 3. And the curve bounces, 4-1 to Beltre. Beltre last year drove in 102 runs with 36 homers while hitting .321. Pinch runner there for Lance Berkman at second base. It's Leonis Martin.
Another speedy center fielder.
Altuve shades up the middle. Clemens rocks one in the lower part of the strike zone at 95. That's an excellent pitch for a 1-1 count for Paul. Rangers are averaging 5.2 runs per game at home, 3.7 on the road. Breaking ball hangs up and in, 2-1. And Dave Magadan, their hitting coach, said, well, really, we scored 10 runs in 1 road game. So other than that, our average is under 3 runs per game on the road this year. Rangers so far have a low strength of schedule. They have not played any playoff teams yet from last year. Three balls and a strike.
Look at that heater at 95. Gives you an idea of the type of stuff that Paul Clemens has. Well, don't think his command at this stage of things is where it might be at someday and maybe soon.
Right.
But his stuff is awfully good.
And through the Atlanta farm system. A trade for Michael Bourne to the Astros a couple of years ago in July. Line drive goes foul. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Beltre. Beltre came up in the Dodgers system. Then he was a Seattle Mariner. Moved along to the Red Sox before he signed a 6-year, $96 million deal to join the Rangers before the 2010 season. He's been a very nice acquisition for them. Paredes comes over near the right field line. Pena's going back on it. Pena calling, and foul ball as he makes the catch. Here's the tag. Martin going to third, and he'll make it on out number 1. That was a long throw for Pena to make.
It's a nice play, number 1, just getting back to make that catch. It's also a nice play by Martin with that tag up and moving up now with 1 out at third base.
Yeah.
I doubt that Lance Berkman would make that shot right there.
Well, the other thing is, if Paredes, who had a long run, had been able to get there and fairly early to establish to Martin that the outfielder was going to make that throw coming in, maybe he doesn't tag and move on it.
I think you're on the money. I think that turns it around.
But he wasn't able to get there, and Pena ranged far up the line. Jimmy's playing very deep in right field. That's what we've seen since he's rejoined the Astros. So that's a long way for him to go. Cruz hit a monster shot of a home run in the 6th inning. He's 1 for 3. Infielders move in now with 1 out and a runner at third. Very important run at third in a 1-run game. That's deep enough, it would appear. Trevor Crowe is going to circle. He's going to come in. It's not all that deep, actually. And yeah, he got back early and played it well. The throw wasn't very good, but the idea is that he approached it right, and the runner held it third.
I think we get a glimpse as to the arm strength of Trevor Crowe. Probably not one of your high-end guys with velocity, but boy, does he play this well as he backs behind the ball and then charges in. And that charge will go a long way to making third base coaches decide not to chance it.
You bet. Excellent point, Ash.
Puts it down where the cutoff man can make the play. And so when it's all said and done, that's a nice play by Trevor.
And a runner at third, 2 outs now, and Paul Clemens is coming out of this game after getting the outs on Beltre and Cruz, yielding to lefty Travis Blackley with the score 3-2 Texas. Back in a moment.
To keep it right there. Tomorrow night, Marwin Gonzalez and the Astros get a second crack at one of baseball's hottest pitchers. You don't want to miss it. Astros pregame live kicks things off at 5:30 p.m. only on Comcast Sportsnet. Let's take a look at tomorrow's pitching matchup, brought to you by Chevron. Care for your car. And Yu Darvish will run out there, and he is one of the hottest guys around. 5-1 on the year, 2.56 the ERA. And the Astros have seen him at his best. Eric Bedard back on the mound as a starter for the Astros. He will take an 0-2 mark.
That was Blackley in the game against Mitch Moreland, runner at third, 2 outs, 3-2 Rangers. Moreland is 1 for 3. You don't want to miss you tomorrow night. Well, you was something that you didn't want to miss the first time he pitched here.
There were some hitters that probably would have loved to have had a chance to miss that one. He was just plain filthy.
Good job by Paul Clemens. Now pitch runner at third, Martin, hoping that Moreland can come through. Blackley has other ideas and gets a swing and a miss for a 1-1 count. David Murphy's on deck. Those are the numbers on the Aussie. 4.09 ERA and no decisions.
Come in to get that one left-handed bat. Well, you have to absolutely get that guy.
Tanner Scheppers is warming up in the bullpen. The Rangers are 1 for 8 with runners in scoring position. Castro pulled the arm back, making a throw down to third base. 2 balls and a strike for Travis Blackley.
Nice bluff there by Castro, but Dominguez was nowhere near the bag. As a runner at third base, you get that word, he's nowhere near you.
Blackley got 2 outs in last night's game. Had a strikeout, had an intentional walk, gave up a sac fly. This will hang for the center fielder, Robbie Grossman, over in left center. Well, Crowe is there. Crowe will make the catch. And in the 8th inning, The Rangers are denied that run they wanted to post for insurance. It's 3-2 still, Texas. The Ranger bullpen now moves on to Tanner Scheppers. Robbie Ross went an inning and a third. No hits, no runs with no walks, one strikeout. They watch a 3-2 ball game from there. And it's Scheppers who's taken over as the 8th inning setup man for Joe Nathan. Coming in for the bottom of the 8th. Carter Pena and Crow due up for Houston. Tanner Scheppers, supplemental pick after the first round in the 09 draft from Mission Viejo, California. Brings very good numbers to the mound. 2-0 with a 0.53.
Well, I guess that 0.53 says not many guys are getting to him.
Strike one on Carter, who's walked twice and singled to center field. Good velocity on that one at 96 for Tanner Scheppers.
Just his second year in the big leagues.
It's no balls, 2 strikes for Scheppers.
If you have a hard time laying off the high heat, this is going to be a fastball that's very tough to get to. 97 on that one.
Scheppers went to Fresno State. And that strike 3 called. Strikeout number 5 for Ranger pitching, and Ranger pitching is what they're all raving about, Ash, in Arlington. And as they try to get back to the playoffs again this year, pitching has been a staple for them.
You think of the Texas Rangers, or I do anyway, I think top of the heap offensively. They have a great hitter's ballpark, but once again it's pitching. They lead the American League in team ERA, and they do it with their starters and with their relievers.
So without Josh Hamilton, they're still doing very well.
Enough. I'm sure they would like some more offense than they've gotten this year, but it's enough to have a 4-game lead in that tough division.
Out in the home 8th inning now, and it's Carlos Pena batting. Pena looks at a breaker inside, ball 1. He's 0 for 2 with a walk. Trevor Crow is on deck. Ian Kitzler's out in shallow right field. That's in for a strike to even the count at 1-1. Rangers are the only major league team without a blown save in 2013. And they've only suffered 1 loss out of the bullpen. That was a walk-off homer by Howie Kendrick of the Angels off Joseph Ortiz. It's 1-2 now. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Carlos Pena. Shepard is throwing more two-seam fastballs than he did last year, creating some better movement and command, and really taking over in a lot of these key situations late in games. Pena looks at that one, and it's a 3-ball, 2-strike count. Astros just got their first come-from-behind win of the season a couple of nights ago. That was Tuesday night, actually, when they got 5 in the third. Beat the Angels 7-6.
After 32 games, unable to turn that feat.
Kinsler on the outfield grass throws, but he just barely got him. He almost pulled Moreland off the base. 2 outs. He didn't really charge that ball all that aggressively. He had time, but that was based on the throw being accurate.
Carlos just simply rolled over that pitch that was up in the zone for him. And Kinsler tried to get rid of the ball quickly, and he did, but almost inaccurately enough to allow Pena to reach.
Trevor Crowe with a homer in the second inning off Alexi Ogando is 1 for 3. It's at the knees for strike 1. The Rangers will have Murphy, Soto, and Gentry due up in the 9th. No balls, 2 strikes for Tanner Shepard. Rangers tonight are playing in their 4th different city in 6 days. They've been at home in Arlington. They've been at Wrigley Field in Chicago. They've been in Milwaukee. When this trip is over for them, they will have played 25 games on the road and only 15 at home. They go to Oakland next. Strike 3, and Shepard has a 1-2-3 8th inning, sending this 1-run game to the 9th with the Rangers in front 3-2.
Here at Minute Maid Park, the Astros continue the battle for the Silver Boot tomorrow and Sunday as well against these Texas Rangers. Call 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit Astros.com to get your tickets now.
1-run ball game moving to the 9th inning. Travis Blackley on the mound. David Murphy at the plate. David up for the first time. He's a Houston native who went to Klein High School and then Baylor University. He entered the game in left field for Jeff Baker. Joe Nathan warming up for Texas. 185 and a slow start for Murphy. 2 homers, 7 runs batted in for David. Murphy looks at it. It's ball 1.
He's a much better player than those numbers would indicate.
Yes, he is. He normally is at or close to his best when playing the Houston Astros. It's a 2-ball, no strike count to Murphy.
Sounds like he has a selective assault going.
Yeah. Murphy's driven in 1 run in his last 16 games. His average has been below 200 since he went 1 for 3 here on opening day. Fly ball at the right center field. Well hit. Paredes going for it. Grossman going for it. And Murphy will take the tour. Murphy goes deep. And it's 4-2 Texas. Number 3 of the year for David Murphy in his 109th at bat.
Well, that's a big blow for the Texas Rangers and a tough one to take for Bo Porter in game. After that previous inning, the 8th inning, the Astros pitching did a nice job holding Lance Berkman. Eventually a pinch runner there, but after the leadoff double, the Rangers unable to score.
3 long balls for the Rangers tonight. Cruz, Baker, now Murphy, and there's a shot backhanded by Dominguez. Long throw to first to get Soto. 1 out.
Matt Dominguez is back to his self tonight defensively, but David Murphy, this is a whole lot closer to the guy that we've watched through the years. Very good player for Texas, and sneaks 1 out.
Both left fielders in the game, Baker and Murphy, have homered. Baker hit his in the 7th to give the Rangers a 3-2 lead. Murphy makes it 4-2 here in the 9th. Craig Gentry's the batter. He's 1 for 3. Strike to Gentry. Rangers now with 42 long balls this season. Came into this game ranked 6th in the American League in homers. Win tonight would make Texas 3-1 in this ballpark this year. Foul back. No balls, 2 strikes. The Astros have Dominguez, Gonzalez, and Grossman due up in the bottom of the 9th. Berkman with 1 of the 9 Texas hits. 6 have been for extra bases. 3 homers, 3 doubles now. Bounces up there for ball 1 from Travis Blackley. The Red Sox beat the Blue Jays on a 1-hitter by John Lester. 5-0. Lester going to 5-0. They beat Ramon Ortiz, inserted in the Blue Jays rotation. Ramon was one of 4 starting pitchers at AAA Syracuse for the Blue Jays, all of whom were born in the 70s. And
yikes.
To Jay Happ. Yeah,
really. Now the Red Sox are pretty well equipped at the top of that starting rotation with Lester and Buchholz.
They're in good shape. Tigers bounced the Indians 10-4 in Detroit. Max Scherzer went to 5-0. He beat Corey Kluber. Two balls, 2 strikes.
Talk about well equipped. That Tigers rotation was awfully tough.
We got to look at that, didn't we?
Day after day. I mean, you feel like you're facing a top of the rotation guy.
Pirates beat the Mets 7-3. Wandy Rodriguez went to 3-2 with that win over Sean Markham, was 0-3. Jason Gurley got save number 14. Fouled away. And next weekend, you and Jeff Blum will be high atop PNC Park.
You got that right.
Broadcasting.
That has to be the highest location for a broadcast point in professional sports. You have to get clearance from the blimps that go by.
You'll be up in the catbird seat, as Red Barber would say.
The Red never had it so good.
I wonder what the highest vantage point Red ever had in the broadcast booth was.
Tiger Stadium, old Tiger Stadium, where you'd get a foul ball in your lap in quarter of a second from home plate. Was that a dandy of a place?
Yeah, it was.
Well, you better bring your glove as a broadcaster.
I used to walk in that booth and it looked like a war zone. Gentry draws a walk.
Yeah, the only way I guess I could legitimately describe it is imagine planting yourself somewhere 2/3, maybe all the way up toward the top of the netting behind home plate here at Minute Maid Park.
Yeah.
And that's about where that booth was.
Yeah. Yeah, you were almost right over the catcher's head. And those foul balls would come screaming back there. So after all those years at Tiger Stadium, if you were broadcasting in that booth, you'd look back there and there would just be those marks behind
those dent marks. Yeah,
dents from foul balls. Now Ian Kinsler, as the throw goes to first. Whoa, it sails off Pena's glove. He was surprised by that one. He got leather on it, prevented the throwing error from Blackley. Alex Cobb had an interesting night tonight against the Padres for Tampa Bay. He struck out a career high 13, but failed to make it through 5.
13 strikeouts in less than 5 innings.
First pitcher in Major League history to fan 13 without making it through 5.
Well, that means he got 14 outs.
Yeah, that's true.
Wow.
4 2/3 innings.
Who was the Little League team he was up against? That sounds like Little League line.
The Padres.
See, I didn't have that kind of evil intent.
One ball, no strikes to Ian Kinsler. So Cobb surrendered 3 runs on 5 hits and a pair of walks in 4 2/3 innings. He had a balk, hit a batter, and threw a wild pitch. He generated an absolutely astounding 23 swings and misses on the evening, 21 of them on his changeup.
Wow. There are some good changeups on that staff for Tampa Bay.
Strike makes it 1-1.
I guess when you get 23 swings and misses on a changeup in 4 2/3 innings, you were pretty effective with that pitch, you might say.
You know, we were talking the other night about the fastball changeup combination. Mario Soto is one of those guys.
Name that always comes to mind for me.
That's all he had, fastball and changeup.
And he didn't need both of those. I want to tell you, he could stand on the mound and tell you that the changeup was coming and you couldn't foul it off.
It was that good. It really was.
It was unbelievable. And at one time he could go mid-90s with the fastball. So it was like you were just completely lost at home plate.
Strike makes it 1-2.
Difference is you see a lot of pitchers throw the changeup and it's not the best of arm speed coming through.
Yeah.
And as a hitter, you have an easy adjustment. But when you get that rare guy that gives you equal or better arm speed on the changeup than he does on the fastball, that's when you've got problems.
And Johnny Cueto of the Reds has worked with Mario Soto on his changeup. Fly ball left field. Trevor Crowe moving in. 2 down. Elvis Andrus will be next. The Mariners lead the Athletics 2-0 in Seattle. They're in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Nationals beat the Cubs 7-3. Ross Detweiler won that one, beating Jeff Samardzija. Ian Desmond hit his 5th home run. That's 5 wins in a row for the Nationals. They're 20-15.
What kind of changeup does Volquez have? Does he have a pretty good one?
Yeah. Edinson Volquez, yeah, so he might have benefited from Soto also when he was there. You know, with a name like that, Volquez, he should really, by all rights, feature that Vulcan changeup. You've heard that term before.
The Vulcan, yeah.
I think people should name their changeups, don't you?
Oh, that's actually a great idea. Guys I know through the years have named their fastball or curveball.
Have they?
Nolan Ryan used to call his curveball the Anaconda.
Oh, I hadn't heard that.
Yeah.
Anaconda. I like it. What was his fastball called?
Yeah, I don't even remember right now. I'm going to assume he called it the Express.
Well,
but I don't recall hearing that come out of his mouth. Maybe so. But yeah, every once in a while he'd have that curveball really working, and he'd strike somebody out with it, and he'd talk about the anaconda that he broke out.
Saw some hitters who looked like they had been strangled by something when he threw that pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike. You ever see that movie Snakes on a Plane?
Yeah, I probably bailed early on. I'm not. I have a. Maybe what I saw was the trailer on that.
It's a rental.
Did you go for the whole thing?
Not quite. All but the credits. Inside for a ball, 2-1. We got a picture from Fred Arnold at Minute Maid of the Silver Boot. It is residing in Arlington, Texas, outside the Rangers offices.
We got to get that thing back.
Yes. It's a traveling trophy.
Yeah, guys would call their fastball the cheese, the cheddar, the heat, the gas.
Oh, they didn't call it a guy's name?
No, I don't recall breaking out legit names for it.
All right, like Humphrey or something like that.
Of course, there was Uncle Charlie for the curveball.
Yeah. Swing and a miss. It's 2-2. Oh, the Express, of course. What about knuckleballs? Did Joe Niekro have a...
Oh, I had some names for it.
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
Joe just threw it and laughed.
That was a vicious pitch.
Oh, threw it so hard.
My pitch throws over to first. Leonis Martin is on deck. He pinch ran for the DH Lance Berkman in the 8th inning. Ron Washington has gone to his bench a few times tonight. He's had this Ranger club running this year too.
When Blackley throws over to first base, that body starts leaning before he ever otherwise commits in that direction. But I wonder, as a runner at first base, how easily or maybe difficult that is to see.
Eric Young will pick up on it.
Meanwhile, he probably can pick up on just about anything a pitcher does.
He does. He looks for that stuff. Ground ball. Dominguez to his left. Gets it to Altuve for the force play on Gentry. It's 1 run, 1 hit. The Murphy home run gives the Rangers a 4-2 lead in the middle of the ninth.
4-2. Just like we promised earlier in the game, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. And it happened in the bottom of the third. Jose Altuve gets on, but later with a huge heads-up play. Check this out. Scores on a wild pitch to put the Astros up 2-1. Like Bo Porter always says, it's just another day at the office for Jose Altuve, guys.
We've had so much fun watching him this year. And hopefully he'll be headed back to the All-Star game. Bottom of the ninth inning is coming, and that means Joe Nathan time for the Rangers with a 2-run lead. He's 1-0 with a 1.50 ERA. He's 9 for 9 in saves.
That ERA indicates that he is all the way back. 1.5 on the Ernie. There's 12 base runners in 12 innings. It's good stuff. 13 strikeouts. He still has the big strikeout pitch.
He had a fine year last year. He was 37 of 40 in saves, for a 92.5% save delivery ratio. That's the third best in the American League. Had Tommy John surgery in 2010. He missed all of that year. Matt Dominguez leads it off. He is 0 for 3. Upstairs, ball 1. That goes against the grain for Nathan. This year he has thrown 74% first pitch strikes. Gonzalez is on deck. It's 2-0. The Rangers have not lost a game this year when they've led by 2 runs or more.
At 2-0, I think you obviously have to take at least a strike here. Need a base runner.
Pops it up. Soto back near the screen. Out of play.
Get a good pitch, go ahead and hit it. Not sure how that might be played out.
Nice gesture by Reed.
Is that Reed Ryan?
Oh, that's Reed of the Texans. Is Nolan here this weekend, by the way?
I haven't seen him.
Let me see him. Fly ball, left center field. Murphy waiting for it. That's 1 out for Nathan. The Astros have not had a hit since the 6th inning single by Marwin Gonzalez. 8 straight retired since then by the Ranger bullpen core. Robbie Ross got 4 in a row. Tanner Shepard's had a 1-2-3-8 with 2 strikeouts. Marwin Gonzalez has 2 of the Astros' 5 hits tonight. Bunt single in the 4th inning and a hit to right field in the 6th. 2 for 3. Last 3 outings, Joe Nathan has worked a total of 3 scoreless innings. He's only allowed 2 runs this season. Both came on the tail end of pitching back-to-back days. There's ball 1.
I wonder what that meeting would be about. Gets the first man and this is the strike zone. Time to chat.
Good ball 1 on both these first 2 hitters. That's not the usual pattern for Nathan this year. So I guess when things are going really, really well, you have a meeting at the mound when the guy throws ball 1.
I wonder if some catchers have that tendency, the need to go out to the mound, superstition, whatever. Worked last time.
Yeah. Now it's 2-0. That's what it was on Dominguez. And then he hit a foul ball and then a fly ball. This fly ball goes to center. Gentry waiting. And now it's going to be Robbie Grossman with 2 outs in the 9th inning. That's 9 straight set down by the Ranger bullpen. Very impressive work for Ross, Shepard, and Nathan. Grossman's 0 for 3 with a walk. He blistered a line drive in the 6th inning, but it was caught by a leaping Kinsler. Jimmy Paredes coming out to the on-deck circle as the Astros try to stir up trouble against Nathan with 2 outs in the 9th. Nathan was born in Houston. There's strike one. The Giants drafted him back in '95. Went to a Division III college in New York. He signed as a shortstop. It's 1-1. Came to the big leagues with the Giants in '99. And then he had a long run with the Minnesota Twins, becoming their closer from '04 through '09. Curveball makes it a 2-ball, 1-strike count for Joe Nathan.
I always love those great stories about a guy who pitches, for example, and he started as a shortstop or center fielder, whatever the case may be.
Yeah,
I mean, he just looks like a pitcher.
He does.
Big, tall, long.
Strike call there makes it 2-2 to Robbie Grossman. Nathan signed a 2-year deal prior to last season with the Rangers as a free agent. Has the third lowest ERA among all active pitchers. He has more than 300 saves in his career. 307 right now. Fouled away by Grossman. Nathan closed out the 4-0 win for Alexei Ogando here on April 3rd. As of now, Robbie Ross gets the win tonight. And if he does, he's 7-0 as a major leaguer. It's 3-2 as Grossman has worked the count 4 for the second time tonight.
And Nathan has to be thinking to himself, the worst thing I can do is issue a walk right here.
Yep. And he gets a strikeout to snuff out the Astros. The Rangers claim the opener of this series. Another well-pitched ball game for Ron Washington's crew. They had back-to-back shutouts in their first series here. And now with another very well-pitched ball game, they win it 4-2. And the winning pitcher is Robbie Ross. He's 1-0 this season. Nathan gets save number 10. Rangers bullpen remains perfect in saves. 4-2 tonight.